just to go ahead and get us started, since we asked you to come here an hour earlier, which did not mean we were going to end an hour earlier. It means we would see how far we got through by the time we hit 10 o'clock. Based upon the conversation yesterday, and especially dealing with the revenue, I thought I would take another shot at making sure that we are all on the same page as it comes to money. Because I still think that, for lack of a better description, the story of the past is, maybe she got a hold of him. Good. I was hoping he will get here before the policy questions start. But I think it's important that we gain a common nomenclature about how we're talking about the budget, and that we are clear in some of the terminology that's been thrown around in the past that I would like to debunk to the extent that I believe that it was not descriptive of what we were trying to communicate. Things like deficit spending, because it is illegal in the state of Colorado to deficit spend in the core function of that relative to you cannot spend more money than you have. We are not the federal government. Did you get hold of him? Sweet. How far is he out?
Away. So, but he said go ahead and start, so.
All right. We'll get him an extra Christmas card. So what I've got are 4 slides right here, and I'm going to try to, and this is kind of being taken on the heels of Phil's, he's got 4 C's, but I'll use a C of clarification and how we communicate this. So I might jump around a little bit, but let's see if we can get in a place. I will try to get the numbers to match what you have, but it's less important about the number being exact, although I did have Erlene confirm my numbers. So in essence, this is an Erlene presentation. But we are going to end the year, a proposed year-end funding balance in the general fund with $9,907,200. In that is a proposed start in 2013 of a reserve of $8,362,570. Therefore, there is an excess that Phil had proposed yesterday that we transfer in 2012 to make it clean for the start of 2013 of $1 million. I think the real number that we want to move is $1,544,630. The real number that we want to move is whatever that final ending number is at the end of the year, because remember, these are projections. We don't know what's going to come in. So over here, I've tried, so this is in the general fund, and we had that slide the other night that had, it was last night, that had the green, the operations, it was.
It's only seemed that long.
I know. I want to say it was, I don't remember what color it was. Green, and then red was the reserve, and then we had the blue as the excess. So there's your, that's not in here. So this is how we've talked about. Where did I write it? I didn't actually write it. Shoot. So the way we've been talking about it is that this amount, this excess 1.5 million for ease of use, we've been terming it the general fund balance. And it's money that sits in there. And as I was saying last night, I think that is a misnomer. It doesn't communicate accurately what your operational costs are. It always, if you spend some of this, that is what I believe has been termed deficit spending, because this came in. Well, the reality is this is revenue that came in that's identical to the money that you're expending out of your operations fund. So you're not deficit spending, because Doug, as you heard yesterday, is going to be conservative in his projections. So there will always be more money at the end of the year than we had projected, because otherwise he and I are going to be looking for new jobs, because we've given you this perception that you can spend more money, and then we're coming back to you and saying, sorry, we're going to have to cut service delivery toward the end of the year. So this is general operation dollars that is fully at your discretion. There is no fund balance in that sense. There is a council policy relative to the reserve, which are those dollars that you want to hold, and you have chosen, because it's above Tabor, to arbitrarily hold in arrears that just sits there essentially in perpetuity until such time that you or a subsequent council, if you choose not to do anything with it, spends it. All right, so here's that excess 1,544. So in 2012, Sorry, my writing's not good. This is just it repeated. What we're proposing for 2013 is to eliminate any excess on an annual basis. So we have a reserve of $8.3 million. We are proposing expenditures of $48.8 million. I'll explain that number in a minute. Anything in excess at the end of 2013, we would propose to the council that you transfer into the capital fund. Next slide, please. All right. So, because I want to explain the numbers, Bruce. I'm sorry, Councilman Stallman, yes, because you wanted to ask about the property tax dollars. So here you go. So we had in the budget document you have right now, we're projecting $48.6 million in estimated revenue in the general fund. Last night you heard that we thought based upon the numbers coming in from the county, that we could increase property tax by approximately $82,000, so we've done it. And finance also found an error. We misspoke. Isn't that what the feds would say right now? Candidates for office misspoke. $80,000. So we now have a revised general fund revenue projection of $48.8 million. So we've upped that by $160,000. Next slide. So that correlates with this number that I have over here. All right. What council did last night in the budget proposed $49.1 million. You removed 280, 36, 41. So we're currently at 48,828,540. Now, if it's council's desire that the budget that we proposed, that we give to you, or that you, rather, let me rephrase that you end with at the end of these 43 policy questions, matches the revenues that we have coming in, wherever that is.
Previous slide.
That's expenditures. Where's the rest? 48. Yep, 48.8. Then we are currently $25,130 away from you having a balanced budget in that context, based upon what you cut the other day, because we are projecting revenues of 48.8, and we currently 48.803. You're currently at 48.828. I will tell the council, and I will tell anyone who asks, that I wouldn't get all that hung up on this, because as you've heard, our numbers are conservative. You will get more than $48,828,000 coming in. So in terms of how we think about this, how we communicate this to the public, obviously our expenditures have to be under, but we could change the revenue projection to be 2% in sales tax instead of 1% in sales tax. And so you can make it a numbers game if that's what you want this to be. And I'm suggesting that we not make it a numbers game, but that you expend funds that are necessary to provide the service delivery that you want to produce and serve in the public arena. So we gave you an arbitrary number, and that number, I don't want it to sound like we had a dartboard in it, but it's finance's guess based upon the history and what we think is going to happen at the national level, what's going to happen at the state level. But you've got reserve monies that are in there, so you can spend those reserve monies if you so choose. You can leave those in there, because these are operational dollars. Remember, these are general fund dollars. They came in from sales tax, and previous councils chose to put them on the shelf and have them sit there. Because this is, and I'm really not beating up on staff in the sense that our revenue projections are using the word arbitrary. I'm just saying if we packaged it differently, we could make the number completely different. And so I'm asking the council to get not as hung up on words like deficit spending, but think about what are the services, what are the relative priorities that you want to provide to the community. And yes, we have a number that we have arbitrarily chosen in that respect. But look, we came up with another $160,000 based upon some information from the county, and finance taking another shot at it. So obviously you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because you can't spend more than you have, but you've got another $8 million sitting in the checking account that is fully at your discretion and appropriate to expend, and your constituents may want you to spend that. Because if you're reducing the levels of service and you're sitting on $8 million, why are you sitting on $8 million and you're not cleaning my streets or whatever it is that you're doing? Next slide, or is that the last one? All right, so here's, again, in simple form, what we're proposing to do. We have projected in the budget, a $7.2 million capital fund balance. We're proposing, rather than just the $1 million, that you take the 1.5 that we've projected now as year-end excess, you transfer that into the capital fund, do it in 2012 for Phil, so you're starting with a clean number. So out of the gate, January 1, 2013, we're proposing that you will start with an $8.78 million capital fund. So three numbers, $8.78 million in your capital fund, revenue projection of $48.8 million in revenue for 2013, and currently an expenditure proposal of $48.828 in your expenditure line item, and you're sitting on a cushion reserve of $8.3 million. So that's four numbers, sorry. Yes, ma'am. That was crystal clear, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, but I do want to at least take one issue with something you said, because last night, last night, you very nicely put a chart up there that's not in the budget book that showed.
We have that slide. I can put it up right now.
Put it up there.
Is it the one that shows it?
The excitement, yeah.
Shows the excellent.
The beginning to have lines going. No,
It
was the line graph.
Right there, there you go.
Yep.
Well, no, I was thinking of the green line graph. There's two lines, or maybe they weren't both green.
That's it.
So you're showing.
So this is capital fund.
And it might be, I don't think it was that one. There was another one, I think, because the one I'm thinking of, I don't think showed the line rebound, that one. So, but you were projecting that we're going to need to find some more revenue or to trim down some stuff, whatever. And a huge part of our budget is personnel. Sorry. Right?
Can you just bring them up and do it by hand rather than clipping them? F5.
So we have the personnel costs, and we're wanting to pay our employees better.
Yes, we are.
So if we don't just spend everything we have, and you didn't say everything, but if we're a little prudent, that gives us more time to try to do certain things really well, right? Instead of, let's say, 2 years we're going to have a catastrophe, maybe we can stretch it to 5 or 6 to give ourselves time to try to increase that revenue, right? So it's important to be a little prudent and not just say.
You need to be more than prudent. I'm
okay, well, you didn't use
overemphasizing-
that word. Okay.
Yes, no, I think you need. Beautiful, Counselor. Yay, you haven't missed anything. Actually, you have. No. Number 7, please. So Peggy's point is absolutely valid. I am not trying, and nor would, please don't take anything I'm saying here. The issue that I presented last night, and I'm not obviously going to go through that because we have a lot of work to do tonight, is there. I'm just, the conversation kind of after the meeting, during the meeting, before the meeting, got me thinking last night that we've got to get, I think, clearer understanding about how these monies come in, and this concept of this fund balance in the general fund, which I think appears to me at least, to be part of the disconnect in the community and maybe even the council's understanding of the budget. So if the council supports the proposal, we're going to end up with 2 line items in the general fund. We're going to have a reserve, and we're going to have our expenditures. And that will total your, in this case, 2013 general fund. fund. And because we won't expend everything out of the expenditures, and because we're going to bring in more revenue than we project, at the end of the year, you will have a surplus, which you then can move into your capital fund, which I didn't get written up here. So continuing that downward pressure, being prudent in it, can you go forward now to the one with the blue that flips, is absolutely necessary. This was not to take away from, what this does is put this number at whatever the 785 as a start for 2013. So it might push this out a little bit further, but the issue is still there. And really you need it to push out to probably January of 15, because if you went to the ballot for something in 14, those revenues wouldn't be received until starting in 2015, but that's another discussion. So did that help? Kind of, sort of, not really? Yeah, Bruce?
Can you tell us where the long-term debt is in this discussion?
It is not. Is it possible to go back?
Lease
Oh,
payment,
sweet.
the lease payment.
Yeah, one more.
The lease payments is really what it costs for lease payments.
Yeah, the COPs are reflected in this. So this, if you think about, so this is capital fund revenue coming in based upon the, what was the term we used? These are the only continuing revenue streams is the building use tax. Because this excess that comes from the general fund, it will help this and it will push this up. But it could be $1 million one year, it could be $100,000 the next year, it could be whatever occurs. As we said last night, we really do want our revenue projections to be as close as possible. I mean, the intent is not to walk into you at the end of the year and go, hey, we got $1 million extra because we were so far off on our revenue projections. But I just thought that getting those four numbers out there would be helpful. It does not change last night's conversation at all to Peggy's question.
All that we're really doing, using some trite kind of phrases, as we take the surplus from the general fund balance at the end of the year and put it into the capital fund, capital projects fund, we're doing a little bit of kicking the can down the road of recognizing there's an imbalance that's shown on the slide that's here, and all we do is we just kind of kick it down a little bit. We haven't structurally dealt with the issue.
Absolutely.
But it also allows us to be thinking about, and I know it's not deficit spending, so that was never my term in that, but being in a position to say, hey, if you're kind of going through the year and you say, hey, if the revenue that we have coming in is matched, and covers our expenses on a month-to-month basis, then when we kind of have a point where we recognize, hey, we're kind of, we have an amount we can kind of put into the longer term, that's a good thing as long as we're pretty solid that our revenue is going to cover our expenses, a month to month, and I'm talking, across the kitchen table, but it would be year to year is how we're thinking. That's some of our discussion on that structural balance on and taking a look at a fiscal year.
Yep, and that's especially true in capital, because in the general, you still are sitting on this cushion. So you should be able to extend
Like you don't
$8
want
million.
to spend that last dime that's in your checking account.
Absolutely. All right.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So the water tap fee from years ago, that was transferred into the reserves, is that right?
It was transferred into the capital fund.
The capital fund.
Correct.
And how much was that?
I believe there's
Do you remember?
$11 million.
I was going to say 12, so
I
it's
think it was
11?
at the end of 2009.
And what is that balance now?
Can you bring up the slides and go up?
Even 11?
10.986.
Okay.
I think it's 6.
Whatever.
11, Doug, 11?
Go up
10,
one.
10.956.
Try that
Get it
one.
right
5.
next time, Doug.
It's 11.
Yeah,
So,
don't make me ask again.
so Jerry, I think the way I would articulate this is in 2009,
2009.
we had 11 million. I'm going to use 12 because it's easier math for me. But we had a substantial amount of money, $12 million, come from the water transfer in. It's 11 something actually, I think, but let's call it 12. We also had the $2 million from the negotiated contract from Denver Water. So there's $14 million. As I understand it, roughly $6 million of that was used as cash payment on the police department expenditure. So that leaves you $8 million, right? So you have $8 million that was in the capital fund. Now what you're seeing here is the end of this. And so what we are proposing, for 2013 ending fund balance of $5 million with an expenditure in 2013 of $6.7 million is where we started. So if you think about the fact that we had an $8 million one-time infusion, and between these two numbers, you're looking at a let's call it $14 million expenditure. Sometime in 2013, we're going to be out of revenue. We will have expended more money that on those ongoing dollars that go into the capital fund, and we will now be spending the one-time revenues. So you sold your car, and you've used up your savings account, and now you're spending the revenue from the car, which you won't get that revenue again, even though. So we are in a position, and this is why it's, back to Peggy's comment, it's incredibly important that you guys are prudent, because this is why on this slide here, number 10, that's why this happens.
So, okay, now, so to the left is, what year is that on there?
This is 2013. So this is
We're starting at 2013. So then, in 2009, the capital fund was up to 11?
I don't know what it was, but it had an infusion of $14 million, 12 from the water tap
14 we
fee.
get, plus the water, so it was
Yep.
up to about 14?
So 14 was an infusion. I don't know what other fund balance was in there, but that was an income stream in that year. 6 of it went out for the police department, sorry. And so you have 8 minus what else, or plus whatever else was sitting in there, minus whatever expenditures have happened between 2009 and today.
So then, and then today we are now, we're at 8 still.
Look
Yeah.
at page 153 is the capital budget. It's the beginning fund balance as of 2011 is as far back as this goes, but it was 9.3 million at the beginning of 2011. So that would sort of be coming down from the 11 or 12 that you guys are talking about.
So I can't speak to decisions that were made and how we got where we are, Jerry, but we're in a situation where, as we spoke last night, that you guys have an opportunity in the 2013 budget to really start having, I think, a healthy and real conversation with the community and yourselves about both service deliveries and operational expenditures and different revenue options.
Jerry,
Sure.
just to finish that thought, if you go down to the next couple of pages, 154 and 55, you'll see the progression of spending and the building improvement line,
Which,
34, 171, 782, 7820, I think is where
Sorry.
they spent the money.
number one more time?
I'm sorry, 34-171-7820 is building improvements. I think that's
Got it?
bottom of 154. I think that's where they spent the money on the police building.
All right.
And then other things are in there that you can see how it got drawn down.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so we will, I'm sorry, Phil.
I was going to take it just a step. When you start taking a look at the water fund, one of the things that, not having been on council when all of the beginnings started, but we said we were going to do the fire or the police facility expansion, and then also we were going to consider both paying down debt, but what we found is refinancing the debt and holding on to the working capital as being a preferable, semi-conscious at least, if not fully conscious by some of us, alternative to taking it and tying it up in debt that we would never be able to draw out as far as working. And so to some extent, the part of the problem being those continuing lease payments coming out of the capital fund, that really was a movement to have those expenses come through the capital fund. So it was kind of an anticipation that that's where we were going to put it, and the money, the lease payments were going to be coming from that capital fund as opposed to being a general fund reduction or
That's correct.
expenditure.
That's correct.
Yep.
So I have written up here, based upon last night's conversation, this is general fund, what you've subtracted out of there, and where you currently sit, which is, as I said earlier, $25,000 short. We will continue to track the general fund as you guys go through the policy questions, and we probably won't write up the capital fund ones because I think that's less of a issue at the moment. But I think we're ready, Mayor, to go ahead and jump into the policy questions, and I was hoping for a half an hour, and we're under a half an hour. So,
So, bearing in mind that we are on number 12 and we have 43.
three.
I think it's important that we have a vibrant discussion and that everybody gets their thoughts on the table and that we have good back and forth. I think that's really important, and I think it helps us to make better decisions. I would just ask that we are cognizant of the work ahead and that we want to kind of keep on track as we can. So if you've made your point, you've made your point. And we'll, instead of continue to repeat what we are saying, if you do agree with someone, just simply agreeing, little shortcuts like that so we can get our messages across without taking up too much time. So, Michael, fire.
Thank you. So we'll ask the chief, if you will. We've got a little hot seat spot for folks tonight. But while he's coming up, I wanted to let the full council know, I've talked to Councilman Stallman about the process here since he's been our liaison, and he's our official person on the review committee, or whatever it's called. But when we brought, I'm very aware of our process and terminology, you can tell.
You're having trouble with names.
Am I? Yes, I might be. Wait till tomorrow night. So when we first, as staff, when we first were having the budget conversation, we invited our fire partners to come and hear that conversation and hear the preamble from finance and myself about how we were setting the stage, how we were having the conversation. So they got to participate in that. As we worked through the staff budget and the proposal and made the decisions about what we were willing to bring forward to the council, we then met again with our fire partners and walked through all of the policy questions that you see before you. And they asked questions. I think, were very involved. They were also very appreciative of this and felt like it was a good process. And they have blessed all of the questions that you have before you, with one caveat that is still pending, which has to do with the lease payments on the vehicles, which is policy question somewhere. 16. So we will. We won't tell the story quite yet, but when we get there, we'll give the council some options based upon the timing with our partners, because what we committed to them is they are our partners, and we were not going to bring anything forward to the council that they did not support. And because the review committee has not made a final decision, and this really only affects the district, not the ranch. But we want the ranch to be part of that conversation to the extent that they are one of the partners, and that review committee is really, at the end of the day, making the recommendation. We will, again, talk about it in detail. But everything else they have blessed, they support, and they're with us. So, yes, sir.
Not to slow this down, but this is an important one. I really do want to commend both staff and the chief and the district and the ranch. This was sort of the result, or the ultimate intent, if you will, of the revised fire partner contract. And it's an incredibly healthy approach to this kind of thing, community and regional wide. So I just wanted to throw that out. I think this is an outstanding outcome of all of the effort that went into getting that thing, that contract renegotiated.
We met yesterday with them, and I would say that they're very pleased, and they would define it as a partnership again.
Excuse me, before you start, do you anticipate that we'll be starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow also?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
We're proposing to cash fund those.
okay.
Nah.
If we get started, we can end. Since we haven't started, we can't end. I would anticipate we will need a meeting tomorrow.
Well, if we keep this up, come on, let's go.
All right. Does council, we posted it for tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Does council support replacement of personal fire equipment over a 2-year phase? The request that came from fire was to do this in 1 year for $262,000, and we, in the conversation, asked if there was a way to replace the bunker gear over a 2-year period as opposed to a 1-year period to try to reduce the out-of-pocket in a given year. And this, so the chief went and chatted with his staff, and ultimately said, yes, we thought we could do a 2-year phase. We actually, I think we're pushing for a 3-year phase. But we landed at 2 with $131,000 for policy question 12.
Questions? Council, do you support a replacement of personal fire equipment over a 2-year phase, $131,000 out of the general fund, with approximately $91,700 reimbursed? Show of hands if you approve. Phil, no?
Well, my question is going to be, when we get through all of them, I want to know what the priorities are, if any, or any kind of permutations to get to the overall improvement, because it's a big item. And so as we go through the individual items, I have a hard time kind of, so you'll hear that theme if you ask me the question every time.
Okay, did you vote yes or no?
I'm going to say not yet.
But we just voted.
Right.
Okay, 6-1.
And this one, to Phil's question, this is, I think, a necessary response. We've got, this is our life safety equipment for the bunker in bunker gear for the staff. So we've already exceeded the timeline as it stands, and the chief's going to try to find the best equipment and rotate it through over a 2-year period.
Well, to Phil's question, does it make sense to have the chief address your issue?
Yes, that's what I would like to have. I didn't have a chance to put the question out there, which relates to all of these, not on this particular one, but we're looking at something in excess of 10 line items as we go through the fire element, and I'd like to, if they're in priority order as they're presented, then that's fine, but I haven't heard that yet.
They are not.
And the other question is there permutations or adjustments, like we can get to 80% of the improvement with something less than 80% of the cost or something of that nature. So there's permutations. The item, we'll hear the partners as we go through, but then also I have a question in mind. We've authorized a study to be done taking a look at what happens and what are the possibilities in possibly having a different arrangement with the city of Englewood as a possibility. How does that impact any of these expenditures or consideration of any of them? And I realize that probably gets more into either station improvements or large equipment as opposed to something like what's included in item 12. But I, to some extent, would like to hear a discussion of all of that before we go through the 12 line items.
Well, rather than put the chief on the spot for what the priorities are, why don't we explain what each one of these is in detail, and then we can come back, because I don't know that there really is a overall priority for that, but if there's an understanding by the council of what we're asking for in each one, maybe there's some that you can say yay, nay to as you go through, but you ultimately save the votes, the non-votes, for the end. Sorry, Wendy.
Not sure I understood that last.
I don't want to put the chief on the spot on a relative priority list because some of these are life safety. They're not in a scenario where it's a trade-off between the fire paramedic FTE, we have a rationale for why we're proposing that one. It's not a higher or lesser priority of getting bunker gear for the guys type of thing. So I would prefer that we have an opportunity to explain the 12 line items, address the question around what impacts does a conversation with Inglewood potentially have, because there's probably one in particular I think that could address. And then from there, once you guys have the total understanding of it from you, it's you guys ultimately that are going to decide which items are higher priority or not.
Bruce?
Could you, John, also include in your discussion how it came that in 1 year you're asking for $166,000 and more stuff in the uniform account, when last year it was only $110,000 and the previous year it was $110,000, whatever. I mean, you're putting us on a roller coaster instead of a merry-go-round. You know, we should be slow, steady as we go on these. I think it makes it easier than to try to address it in one big lump and try to fix 5 years of replacements in 1 or 2 years. On all these issues, that concept.
2 words, deferred maintenance.
Chief?
Do you want me to go through? Do you want us to go through?
through.
So,
Quite honestly, I guess one of my concerns about prioritization on this is that I would expect everything that they're asking for in these budgets to be a priority. If there's stuff in here that isn't, and it hasn't been vetted out yet, then we have a different problem. So that, I hope that's not what we find.
yeah, and you shouldn't find that, because what we did with our partners, because as you can imagine, the fire department had many more requests than what you see here, and those were vetted through the process with the partners, and this is what we did. And an example is the one that I just described. The chief came forward with a 1-year request for $262,000 for bunker gear. Through the conversation with the partners, that's a lot of money to pony up in a given year. Can you do it over a 3-year phase? Well, really can't do it over a 3-year phase. Equipment's going to be falling off our back by that 3rd year. Would you support, asking the department heads and our partners, would you support a 2-year phase? And so what you are seeing, to the mayor's comment, is the outcome of those conversations. So
I would,
yeah.
I would agree with the mayor. I guess part of the issue, I think what we're trying to do, to Phil's point, is we need to vet it a little bit as well. And understanding, as you said, the relative we do have to not contrast it in terms of the prioritization amongst fire projects, but the other side of that is, what's the relative prioritization amongst fire versus police versus public works? For example, I'm not saying that's how we're going to divvy it up, but I just think it's a good conversation to flesh out some of the details so we have some of the additional information is all.
All right. So 13, does council support increasing the total firefighters and paramedics by 3 FTE? So this is relative to Medic 16. We've had overtime running in the tune of about $300,000 a year in overtime, which is something we've been doing for a while. One of the real impacts that it's had is we're starting to get overtime burnout from the staff. On that, we've had some situations where we've had to have mandatory overtime because folks are getting tired of volunteering. When we, again, staff and our partners, talked to the chief about this, the original request was for 6 FTEs to support Medic 16 in its totality. And correct me if I'm off here so far, Chief. But so when we looked at that, we thought, well, that would potentially increase our long-term liability by $300,000, because you can see here that each FTE, firefighter, paramedic, runs us about $100,000 a year in salary and benefits. But when you look at the overtime, we felt like we could reduce our overtime costs by $250,000 and increase our long-term liability by adding those 3 FTEs, $300,000. And that differential was worth proposing to the council to take 3 of those FTEs and have them be true long-term FTEs. Subsequent to that conversation, the chief made us aware of a potential grant that was out there that we have that should not be part of your ultimate decision whether you fund this or not, because it is a short term. And we weren't accurate in the 90%. It's actually 100% of the salaries and benefits for 2 years, and there is no requirement to keep them after that 2-year period. You just can't hire them before you're awarded the grant. We won't know for a while whether we get that grant. But the core trade-off here for us was we're running $300,000 in overtime. We're looking at a potential savings of, or a savings of $250,000, so we reduced overtime by $250,000. We reduce employee fatigue, if you will, on the overtime, possibly increase our long-term by that differential of $50,000, if you want to think of it that way. So that's the proposal that we had. Chief, did I miss anything in that?
You were right on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce?
Can you tell me the line that shows the reduction in the overtime?
Finance probably can.
We can look it up for you.
Wasn't sure which division, because you've got several overtime accounts in there.
It was Medic 16 overtime for $300,000 that we reduced to $50,000.
Page 68 in the paramedics division.
Line number?
That's the second line, 0122562020, salary overtime.
Thank you.
Trust but verify.
That's my only
Nice
question.
job. Nice job.
Jim, did you have a question? Oh,
Do you have your mic on, Peggy?
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? When,
It was $300,000 originally. That's what we paid this last year. That's what we budgeted. And it's going to $50,000 now, which results in the $250,000 savings.
Okay, okay. So, I
Jim?
misunderstood.
So if we get the grant, is it going to pay 90% of the $346,000? Is that?
It'll actually,
Yes, sir. That'll pay $100,000 of all costs associated with these 3 paramedics, which includes their uniforms and their training.
for 2 years.
if there's a typo, Jim, it's actually 100% of the, not 90.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Peggy?
And so, Michael, did I understand you that we would not be required to hire them after the 2 years?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All
next
right.
one.
Wait, I'm sorry, I do have a question.
Okay, Jerry?
So when I go back to page 68, looking at the overtime, so I thought you said overtime was going down?
Yeah, the far right column shows the change from 2012 by $250,000 reduction.
So the end of 2012 is estimated to be about 89, right?
Yes, this is the change budget to budget, 2012 budget to the 2013 budget.
Right, and so then he's requesting 105.
Correct? That's correct.
So how do we get to the negative 250?
The adopted budget for 2012 was $355,840. It's the fourth column over from.
I'm sorry, you're way over there, okay.
Okay. Yeah, we could have.
So, but overtime's not going down, the overtime's still going up. From the actual. I mean, if we're estimating year end's going to be almost 90,000, but yet we're talking that overtime's going to go down, but at the same time, we're requesting 15,000, almost 16,000 more.
From the year-end actual. So if you compare the adopted budget,
I'm basing it on what we think the actual's going to be.
yeah,
Okay.
which, yes.
Right, so we're estimating again.
So we're asking for more than we anticipate that we will spend for this year. But against last year's adopted budget, we are removing $250,000. So we're doing a comparative between the adopted budget for 2012 and the proposed budget for 2013. Any given.
So, well, but again, to me, to say that overtime's going to go down, it's not going to go down.
Jerry, if you also look at page 61, I think we need to look at emergency services and get the full picture of overtime for the fire department.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the terminology here. You keep telling me it's going to go down, but yet the number goes up from what we anticipate it to be. I mean, so let me finish, okay? So we're saying that the adopted budget for 2012 was a lot higher, so now we're saying, oh, we're going to be a lot less than that, so we have a reduction. But we don't have a reduction in the actuals.
But you're comparing an actual year-end to a proposed upcoming year. So we don't want to appropriate under what we think we're going to get, because then we're going to have to come back to council and say we only appropriate $89,000.
Well, I'm not arguing the amount. 105, I'm okay with that. I'm just saying, you're telling me it's going to go down when, based on our actual for the year-end, it's actually going to be up.
That is an
So
actual.
that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like you vote no on something you want on a yes.
Okay, so I would frame it differently, because what we're asking you to approve is a proposed budget for 2013 that has $250,000 less in it than was in the 2012 adopted budget. What is actually used throughout that year obviously fluctuates like this, depending upon sick leave, injuries, all of those types of things. So the number that we are proposing to have at the end of the year of $89,000 that you're comparing, to me, is an apple and an orange in terms of what we're asking for 2013, because we want to have enough ability in there to address the sick and the vacation and those types of things. As a core component, if you're just looking at that year end, yes, we are asking for more money than we will have expended at the end of, that we're anticipating that we'll have expended at the end of 2012.
And again, I'm not arguing the number at all. If I go out to my constituents and tell them that our overtime has gone down, although the number budgeted is higher than what we actually spent for last year, they're going to look at me cross-eyed and think I'm double talking. That's why I want to make sure, if we're going to talk going down, I mean, why are we even going to have an estimated at the end of the year?
Because that's, so.
My point is, if we're just basing it on a budget, and we're under budget, and I think that's fantastic. That's fantastic. But I would still, in my mind, I want to look at what is our anticipated actual.
But what we've been communicating all along through this process is a relative comparison to the adopted budget of 2012 to the adopted budget of 2013, not the projected end balance of a given year, because we don't know what that is. It could end up being $110,000 when we hit the end of the year.
Yeah, I realize that. It'll be adjusted.
Then it could have been
I do budgets all the time. I know that.
Yeah.
But I also want to look at our anticipated actual. And that's what I think is what you've come up with.
Yes, on page 61, you'll be able to see what you're looking for, I think, Jerry. Because I think, and Chief can add to this too, but I think the Chief has incurred a lot of overtime costs in 2012 out of the Emergency Services Division, and he's anticipating to spend $1 million there. You can see the budget was $450,000.
I'm sorry, what line item again?
It's the second line item, salary overtime.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So we have the budget of 2012 of $450,000, and he's expecting to spend $1 million in 2012, but that's going back down in 2013 to $450,000. So there's the change from the actual in 2012 down to the proposed budget in 2013 that I think you're looking for.
Well, yeah, it's been reallocated, and that's fine.
Right. And I think the Chief has had quite a few different reasons for incurring the overtime costs this year. But I think, under normal circumstances, it would be back to the $450,000 level. But Chief can add to that.
It'll be close to that $450,000 level. That's what I'll say. Now, we've had quite a few injuries this year, as you probably know. The injuries that have taken people offline for anywhere from 3 to 6 months, and that's been devastating for us. And that's the reason that the overtime is where it's at.
Bruce?
That was my question.
Okay. Peggy?
So this is sort of complicated. So if we add 2, do we increase the likelihood they're going to get injured, and then we need to have overtime for them?
You know, it's a tough old job, and it's
yeah.
grunt work, and so people do get injured. I'm hoping that we get more people and we get less injured, to tell you the truth.
So,
I
well,
think it
mean,
spreads the work out a little more, and
well, that's
less
what,
risk.
but, I mean, that was the second question that
Oh.
came to mind. The first one was, I was assuming if we had more, and we didn't have to have so much overtime, that maybe they wouldn't be so risk-prone for injury, because you talked about the fatigue, and I'm assuming maybe the fatigue is part of the factor for injury. Is that, or am I,
It could be.
I mean, I know we can't guarantee that, but, so then after 2 years, if we see that we actually wind up with more injured people because we just have more people, we have to maybe revisit this.
I'm thinking that we get more people on the fireground. And the fireground, of course, is full of risk. But the more people we have, the more workload is shared, and therefore, actually, it's safer
Okay,
for them.
thank you.
Next one. All right, number 14, does council support purchasing new dive team suits? So in summary, this is one, we have you all know we have a dive team. Right now, they share those dry suits, and so there's a $62,500 request. And the rationale is here, but essentially to provide each dive member with their own bunker gear dry suits to handle that. So that's what this request is for.
Are we acting on each line item, by the way?
No, I'm just going, I think based on Phil's question, we're just
right.
going through right now, answering questions, and we'll go back.
Bruce?
Real quick, how many, I think this obviously falls in the life safety issue, but how many divers do we have?
I believe we have 25.
And how many suits do we have?
24, don't you hope?
Does everybody
not
have a
when
suit?
music stops?
No, seriously. Does everybody have a suit, or do they share?
No, sir, they don't. We pretend it's one size fits all until somebody my size tries to put on somebody that's Bruce's size, and then it doesn't work.
Okay. And how many dives a year do they conduct out of curiosity? I mean, other than training?
Outside of the training, I'm thinking it's once a month that they've been going out. About once a month they've been going out. Been called out to a search or recovery.
And it talks a little bit in here about divers, dive call may put divers in a hazardous materials type of scenario. Do we run into that with any level of frequency, or is it a worst-case scenario? And the current suits wouldn't deal with it?
No, actually, we have run into that. We've run into it this summer a couple times.
Okay. What, can I ask what the situation was?
I know one. But out at the Platte, there's a tree, it's called the jumping tree. And a guy jumped out of that into the river, and it was lower than he thought, and the dive team came in. And actually, they had to use the dive team because the bank is so steep that they couldn't get, they had to get in there with the water thing, dolly, and walk a ways down the river to find a place where they could get out with him. I mean, they weren't diving, but they got in the water. I don't know, they needed a suit. It was the middle of summer, but
Could have been.
Okay. Thanks.
sorry.
It's a great story. Thank you.
Diving tree, sort of a jumping tree.
Yeah, the jumping tree. Mm-hmm. Have a case of beer and jump out the tree. See what happens.
Number 15, does council support replacement of hazmat equipment and some additional funding for new equipment for the hazmat program? And there's 4 items that have been identified here. There's the outdated APD 2000 hazmat monitor. There's the $10,000 to extend the warranty on the infrared spectrometer. There is the $6,500 for hazmat screenings and $10,000 for expendable supplies, including the annual fee to Arapahoe County. And then I think in all of these, we've been identifying what our $900, of course, you have to
the,
Required by OSHA.
So we don't have to apply for
when the equipment is outdated, does that mean it's not registering correctly, or it just isn't working, or?
It's not calibrated, and we can't get the calibration. It's unsupported because of the age.
Okay, so software upgrades and stuff.
That is correct.
Are you seeing more hazmat concerns and issues? Is that something that's rising?
Yes, ma'am, we are. And that goes with some of the meth labs that we've been called to. When we talk about hazmat, we're not talking about just the confines of the city of Littleton. Our hazmat team is part of the Arapahoe County response, which means they come into here and we go there. We pretty much divide among the entities, the partners, areas of responsibility. And our area of responsibility, one of our areas of responsibility is detection. And so that's why this is extremely important for our hazmat team to have this so that we can contribute to the other ones. The other one is we are part of the Task Force 1. We are the hazmat. We, Littleton, are hazmat component of Task Force 1. And for them to be deployed nationally, they need that hazmat component, and that's us. And that's another reason why we need to be fully equipped. Yes, sir.
Peggy and then Bruce.
So there was an article in the paper today about the mold at marijuana illegal grow facilities. So would the hazmat folks go in there because they said this is pretty dangerous stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, they certainly would.
Thank you.
When we've had a couple of the train derailments, it seems to me, I recall, we were bringing some specialized hazmat gear in from outside the department. I don't recall from where. Was it Denver?
South Metro?
Was it South Metro?
It
Okay,
was.
so that's, but none of this is obviously not of that magnitude, so they would, based on what you just said about Task Force 1, that would be more or less their area of expertise because they have that level of equipment. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That is.
Okay, policy question 16, this is the capital, out of the capital fund, got 1.121 requested here, 44,000 of that, to Councilman Beckman's questions last night, is equipment replacement on the MDTs, which are the mobile data terminals in the fleet. And then the two that I really wanted, we can answer questions on that, but the two that I wanted to hit were the 630 for the fire engine and 280 for the replacement of the medic unit. So we had proposed a shift from a 12-year replacement to a 10-year replacement. And it's that question that the partners are continuing to evaluate. They've asked us, and they've even given us a model spreadsheet that they'd like to see that really looks at if you spread the lease payments over a shorter period of time, it's usually a 10-year, or however you pay for it, I should say. But if you pay for something over a 10-year period of time versus a 12-year, you're obviously increasing those costs, and they want to know what the differential is between the increased maintenance costs for those 2 years versus the 10 years. We met with them today, and they gave us that spreadsheet. And so they're not prepared because they don't have enough information in their minds to ultimately make that. We had proposed to them today that they also think a little higher level, and this was based upon, to some extent, the council's conversation last night, where we might have a standard replacement cycle that occurs, but that there is a need, as we get close to that replacement moment, to evaluate the reality of that particular thing. In this case, we're talking about vehicles. So we propose somewhere in the, if we are on a 10-year replacement, for example, starting in year 8, we might start to give them the replacement numbers, because it might be a great vehicle. It might be one that's doing a fantastic job, maintenance is good. You might get something that gets started in year 6 or 7, and you're starting to see those maintenance costs climb, and you actually don't want to wait that 10-year or 12-year. So part of what we've asked them to do, and I had anticipated that the council, based on last night's conversation, might move us more in this area as well, which is, yes, you've got a standard replacement, but we're not blindly just replacing things at that time, but we're really doing an analysis. They supported that concept, and so we are continuing to have a conversation with them. So what's on the table for the council is you've got two options. You could leave these in here, because we don't have an answer from our partners yet. you could leave them in the capital fund and appropriate them, or if we find out before you actually adopt the budget, we can obviously amend the budget prior to adoption. Or you could remove this out, and when we actually get to the vehicles, which could be sometime next year, I mean, it could be midway through the year, I don't know what the delay on the order is. I'm sure the chief wants to order it tomorrow, but
Yes.
probably yesterday, he had
Yes, that
to
would
place
be-
the order.
Thank you.
But you have an opportunity to just know that there's 1.1 million, or that $910,000, and we might be coming back for an additional appropriation if more of the partners speak on that.
A question on the cost sharing or reimbursement on the equipment. It appears to be that there's 50% cost sharing as opposed to the other line items that went through the general fund.
According to the contract, because this is a city vehicle, the city and the district split this 50/50 on, for instance, the ladder truck. That's a 33 split with all three entities, and that's the reason for the difference.
So it'd be two-thirds.
Bruce?
Two quick questions. It says it takes a year to order, it's a year from order to delivery. So from a mechanical accounting standpoint, say for the sake of an argument, we came back in July 2013 and said, okay, we're going to go ahead and put the order in, just for the sake of an argument. Is that a 2013 encumbrance, or is it a 2014 encumbrance when we actually pay it?
We would encumber those funds in 2013.
So it would come off the 2013 budget?
Yeah, and sometimes if we, like this last one, and I think Chief Ireland has the details, but we were able to pay up front and obtain even more of a discount.
Right.
So sometimes there's that incentive.
Oh, that part I get.
When you place your order, you can actually make a payment and save some money. But yes, those funds would be encumbered in 2013 if we do place the order then.
Even though it might not get delivered till June of 20.
Because we'll do a purchase order.
Okay, so that's the trigger. Okay. And then talk a little bit, Chief, about the reserve capacity issue. I know we had that one vehicle, the older, I want to say it was a pumper that ended up going down to, was purchased by that fire district down in the southeast part of the state. But how long would the two units that are discussed here move from active to reserve, and what would be done with them during reserve, and how does that process work?
Thank you. We were talking to the partners this morning, and if I was going to sell this, I'd sell it a little differently to you and to them. We aren't talking about replacing a 10-year-old vehicle. What we're actually talking about is replacing a 20-year-old vehicle. Every engine that we get, we run them for 20 years. The shift that we are trying to make, that was suggested to us by Alan Brown, and that was to take a 10-year-old vehicle and replace that at 8, and take the vehicle that we're replacing and put it into reserve status. Instead of running that for 8, it would be running for 10 years as a reserve. What I should have said when I came in front of you is, I'm trying to replace a 20-year-old vehicle, folks, and here's the maintenance cost on that 20-year-old vehicle. So we are trying to move up the replacement rate of frontline and take those better running rigs, because they've only been going now for 8 years frontline, and put them into, or 10 years, and put them into reserve status. At the end of the reserve status, they're worth somewhere between $2,000 and $4,000. We run the wheels off them. And so that's why we found it more beneficial, and you did too, to donate those. Does that answer the question?
Well, when a vehicle's in reserve status, when is it being run? When one of the frontline vehicles is in for maintenance?
Thank you, Bruce. Yes. We're in those reserves every day. We do the routine maintenance, then we do the extended maintenance, and so we are constantly moving into a reserve apparatus.
Where are these vehicles? Are they maintained? They just are stored, or they're at the store, the Bellevue Center? You can't store
No,
them.
sir, they're being parked at our fire stations throughout the district.
Okay.
When you say run, you're turning it on and letting it run,
Correct.
not necessarily going out.
Jim?
You know, when you said running the wheels off of them, that's one of the issues I think I've got is that the fire trucks are not so much as pumping water on a fire as they are traveling with the paramedics to get to a medical emergency. So my observation is that you do a little thinking outside the box to try to solve that problem so that a fire truck doesn't have to answer a medic call, and you handle that another way, and reduce the miles you're traveling with the fire truck and let it be utilized for fire service, which it was bought to do, and you would get more years out of a piece of equipment. I'm not real happy about replacing them at that schedule.
How can I make you happy?
Well, let's have that conversation some other time.
Anything else? Michael?
Okay. Moving further down that line, we've got 7,000 for fitness equipment in there. 120,000, I think there may be a question about this, and I know the chief can answer it, for repairs to Station 12. It's my understanding that we did look at and work with the original contractor, and I think we got some money up front, or they made some changes at the time, but this is indeed now, as I understand it, Chief, again, correct me if I'm wrong, this is solely our responsibility at this point. So there is no opportunity for reimbursement from either the fire partners or the original contractor.
That is correct.
And then we have tied with, I'm sorry.
What was the original, my recollection is it was unclear there was a disagreement over what caused it in the first place. Are we clear on what caused it so we don't replicate it? Was it just lousy concrete?
I think I'll call a friend on that one.
We've worked with the City of Littleton Engineering Department, and what they have told us is the main problem we're looking at is poor compaction underneath the concrete. The weight of the fire trucks in and out of the station on a daily basis, the substructure underneath that was not compacted properly, so that concrete is allowed to shift and move. So that's part of what this cost is going to do, is to bring those engineers in. They look at that substructure, they remove the damaged dirt that's underneath, they bring in new fill, and then we put new concrete on top of that.
They're doing the stages, obviously, so that you can get the vehicles in and out, or are you just going to leave the
That's
vehicles?
correct. That's part of the agreement, is the station must stay functional and operational 24 hours a day.
Thank you. Bruce?
Question about the fitness equipment. I'd be missing an opportunity if I didn't bring this up, because I can't think of any issue that over 30 years has been more subject to discussion in budget meetings than firefighter fitness equipment. It seems to be the issue. Do we have a fitness requirement that is periodically checked with firefighter employees? And if so, is this equipment part of meeting that standard?
The city has a wellness program, but it certainly doesn't dictate the level of fitness that our firefighters have to be in. To tell you the truth, Bruce, is a culture change in the last 15 to 20 years for our firefighters. It's the firefighters that embrace this. It's the firefighters that keep themselves in shape. And that's, we do not have a standard. We don't have a annual physical ability test that we put them through. Our firefighters understand the need to be in shape in order to perform in combat, and they adhere to it. So these requests aren't coming from administration. These requests are actually coming from the firefighters who want to maintain their fitness. And I think that's advantage to us.
I think, to the city manager, if there's any issue that seems to be one that's hard to get a grasp on, it's the fitness issue. And I think without a doubt, the fitness demands on firefighters is pretty significant, consistently. But I also think the same thing that the chief just said applies to police employees or public works employees, that they have an obligation also, if they personally choose to meet it, to be physically fit to do their job, and they would also like to have that opportunity. I really would like to see the city look at this, and it's part of the wellness program, it's part of every 400 employees' issues to be physically fit, and see where the city wants to position itself in this issue, and stop making this a firefighter issue and missing the fact that the cops get theirs through donations, or, bring them in on their own, and, public services folks found a way to put a gym together on their own up at that building, and, let's just kind of resolve this and get it fair.
Got it. All right, C on this list of the new vehicle is really tied to 17, so if we can jump to, does council support hiring an EMS captain? This is out of the emergency medical transport fund at a cost of $115,000. And Chief, why don't you, based upon the questions we've had, why don't you talk about the rationale for this one? And obviously it's funded from the emergency medical fund, and this is part of why it is a self-supporting fund, and so we primarily supported it because of that. But why don't you talk about what the benefits are?
Council, as you recall, about 3 years ago, due to severe budget cuts, we lost a paramedic captain. We lost a QA, QI person, quality assurance, quality improvement person for EMS. That took the EMS Bureau down from 2 to 1. In the meantime, of course, our medical calls increased. We still have to do quality assurance, and it has been an attempt. We've attempted to address QA, QI. We've attempted to address everything that would slip through the cracks through reassignment to others in the fire department, and it hasn't worked as well as we wanted. It seems that now is the time, especially since we are now considering transporting more patients with a different policy, and it's certainly incumbent upon us to pay attention to not only quality assurance but also to EMS training and all the auxiliary duties that come with that. The end.
Bruce?
I'll defer. I've got a general question that sort of has relation to the EMS area, but not so much specifically the captain. You want me just to go ahead?
Go ahead.
The district had identified multiple occasions where there was quote-unquote revenue leakage from South Metro answering calls in the district's territory because they had closer, better staffing, if you will. I guess there's nothing in here. I know that they had mentioned this at various board meetings that had come up. I don't know. We've had conversations about that. Is there a plan to address that issue? I'm assuming the 3 at 16 plus the captain aren't addressing that issue because it's more of a district issue, so theoretically stations 14 and 15. But is there any feedback on that issue from your perspective?
Yes, there is. We are getting revenue from transport.
Right.
That's not why we're in business. We're in business to service customer. So I'm thinking that our customers, anybody who calls 911 and asks for help, they need the closest help coming. And I'm thinking that our relationship with Inglewood and with South Metro provides that closest help. You've mentioned closer staffing and better staffing. Closer. Nothing's better.
Well, and all that, but I meant proximity of equipment, I would agree with you. Thank you. I think our department is without peer, but what the district had identified was, yeah, you're quite right. The closest unit goes auto-aid and so forth and so on, and that's totally the way it should be. But if a unit were placed in a position, or if a unit were added to one of the incremental stations in closer, if the resource level were increased such that transport that was going to South Metro could be captured by Littleton Fire Rescue ultimately, or the district, such that it pays for the incremental resource or substantial portion thereof. In theory, that would be a good outcome. And so I guess what I'm asking is do we have any longer-term view of how we might try to maybe correct what could be theoretically an imbalance just in terms of the structure of how we deploy?
Certainly, I don't see it as an imbalance.
Okay.
But I'll also say that we are changing our transport policy. That transport policy will increase the number of patients we actually take, and it will increase the revenue that's coming in. Again, that's not, I'm trying to emphasize, we're not doing it for the revenue.
I understand.
We're doing it for customer care. And I think, if I could predict, Mullen will probably be coming back to you next year and saying, here's what we did, here's how many people we have transported with our new policy. With additional resources, here's how many people we could capture again, and here's the suggested revenue from those transports.
Okay, thank you.
Some of that begs back to what Jim's saying, is if every transport we do, we're sending a ladder too, what's that do to?
Thank you, Mayor. That's not really correct. We do triage. We don't always send an engine when we send a medic unit. However, it was our philosophy that we embraced here that maintained a paramedic on every one of our rigs. Every engine, every medic unit has advanced life support capability. And I think it behooves our patients and our citizens that we send the closest paramedic, be they on an engine or be they on a rescue unit.
Well, I will be the first to admit I don't see all your transports that go out. But I don't know as I've ever seen a medical unit go out that didn't have a fire station with it anywhere in town. So you may send some every now and then, but I don't think it's very often.
So one of the
Go ahead.
So one of the other questions that Phil had asked was there anything relative to the Inglewood-Littleton study that would have an impact on this? And it seems to me that the ones, obviously, equipment replacement in terms of the fire engines could have it, but by the time we get to it, whether or not that's directly relevant, I can't speak to. And I don't know, and maybe the chief can help us out on the policy question we were just discussing on the EMS captain, whether there would be an opportunity to gain some benefit if there was a merger that occurred, because I think that's really the one policy question that has a direct relationship on it. The FTEs that we're asking for may, but again, I think from a timing standpoint and the overtime piece of it, I'm not sure that we want to wait for the study, and then depending upon what it says, we could be several years down the road before we actually begin the implementation of anything. So 13 and 17 would be the two policy questions I have. 13 and 17, the two FTE questions. So you want to speak to that, Chief?
Ladies and gentlemen, Littleton Fire Rescue is a lean department. I've survived two studies, and both studies have suggested that we are lean and not fat. Neither one of those studies said you're too top-heavy. Neither one of those studies suggested that we cut back. Now, I believe that ESCI, Emergency Service Consulting International, when they get done with Inglewood, they will find the same. There is no fat in Inglewood. There are no implications in any of these policy questions about a merger if it does come forward. We need these FTEs whether we merge with Inglewood or not. We need this equipment whether we merge with them or not. Now, I will say that if ESCI comes forward to you and presents the information and the recommendations, and you choose the route that says merger makes sense, the Chief Patarozzi over in Inglewood and I have already talked that is when we will then reassess everything going forward as far as FTEs, as far as equipment. We would actually start filling in the blocks as far as our organizational chart, what it might look like. And I believe that we'd have probably a year or two to do that. So we would not be overspending in our budget and and we will take full advantage to any kind of merger. And I also believe that ESCI will come with that recommendation too, on a timetable. If you choose to go forward with that merger, that they would give us a timetable as far as putting the pieces together. Did that answer the question?
Helps, yes. The one other item I was going to say, which was not in the items that were in front of us, one, commend the possibilities of pursuing accreditation, because usually there's a lot that gets discovered whenever there's an audit that takes place. And though it may not be typically titled an audit, audit isn't a bad word for me because it means, hey, we're doing an inspection of what we're doing. We're pretty proud of what we do, but we'd also like to have some other eyes take a look at it so that they can tell us either that same thing or they may come at us with some ideas. That is an $8,500 expenditure. I don't know if it's shared by the partners across the district, but with the ESCI study with Englewood, is the timing of that something we should be pursuing in 2013, knowing I think it's a good idea, but it's just one item I wanted to put in front of us.
Well, thank you, Phil. In fact, going through accreditation, what we've been doing actually has helped us provide information for ESCI. I think it complements one another. That ESCI doing their study and we doing our internal work and presenting that to them, and I think that'll continue.
Any other questions? Okay. So, is everybody okay with starting back at the beginning at 12 and doing a consensus? Okay. We'll redo 12. Does council support replacement of personal fire equipment over a 2-year phase, $131,000 out of the general fund with $91,700 reimbursed? Raise your hand for an affirmative.
I thought we did that.
Yeah, we're going back again.
Thank you, Judy.
Well, look at
13, does council support increasing total firefighter paramedic FTEs by 3.0, 96,200 out of the general fund? Affirmative, hand raise. Okay. Does council support purchasing new dive team suits, 62,500 general fund? Affirmative, hand raise. 6-1. Does council
I'm sorry, who voted no?
Me. Does council support purchasing, said that. Does council support replacement of hazmat equipment and additional funding for the hazmat program? 41,000 general fund. Unanimous. Does council support funding $1,121,000 of fire projects?
Can we break
And do you want to,
that down?
yes.
My suggestion would be to treat the two equipment being 16A II and 16A III separately.
Why don't we just go through
Each one of them.
each one separately? Okay, we'll go to I, 44,000 for mobile data terminal hardware replacement. Unanimous. 630,000 for replacement of a fire engine.
Can we put a wait to see that the partners are supportive of that before we would?
I think that that would be what our vote is indicating. We can make a note of that, Wendy. Yes. Thank you. And it was, no one voted. It was
So
7-0. Oh, Jerry.
On II and III, we need some direction, at least in terms of the budget right now. Do you want us to leave the numbers in there? Do you know when the district meets next, Chief? Sorry to.
They meet the last Monday of the month, so it'll be in
So
2 weeks.
Okay. So if it would be nice if the partners support it, could we do an if-then? If the partners support it, is the council supportive of keeping it in there for 2013? And
Process question. Would we vote on this again when the contract is is actually let to build the truck?
No,
We should see it again.
Can I suggest that
we will vote on the budget, though.
I'm okay in maybe putting a placeholder there, but I would like to have a study session that talks about this 10-year, 12-year, and I know that we're talking about replacing the 20-year. And I like the kind of the sleight of hand there. You know, I love the numbers on that, so love that, John. So, but like to see a study session, or at least a subsection of a study session, kind of cover that, because these are they're large items, and you know they're big toys.
Tools.
Tools. Yes, they're big tools. That's what I meant. That's what I said. It was my Ohio accent.
And just to support what Phil's saying, we also have the study in the mix. So I think there's just a lot of information coming, and there may be a mix of equipment that we're just not aware of.
Okay.
So the question is, do you want to keep it in the budget, or do you want to keep a placeholder of those dollar amounts in the budget?
Yeah, I'm okay with that because it's coming from the capital fund, which is not, you know, that's usually larger expenditures, and saying, okay, we'll put it in the capital fund for now as a placehold, and that would be my suggestion.
It's a sign of support of the project to the partners, too, as they make their decision. Okay.
And from a timing standpoint, we probably won't have a chance based upon when they have their meeting and your first reading, so we need some direction tonight about whether you want to keep it in there or not. So we can certainly do a study session prior to expending the funds, but the timing between that recommendation and when you adopt the budget, we'll need to already have put those numbers in there, and we won't have a chance to get back to you until that night. So if you could, if the
Say
vote,
again, when we're expecting them to do something?
who's the partners?
Yeah.
We have committed to supporting our partners' direction on this, and so to the extent that if they come back and they say, no, we don't support a 10-year replacement, we want to go to a 12-year replacement, because they are, and the district in particular is our partner, is the one funding the other portion of it. We need them to sign on to it. And I think having their rationalization, their thought process, to Phil's comment, and have that conversation in front of the
I
council.
don't want to authorize $900,000 without knowing we're going to get a $450,000 participation.
Exactly. And so you could vote to appropriate the funds contingent on the partners supporting the project or the purchases.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that? Is that unanimous? Okay.
Jim might not.
Jim?
I would not vote for the fire engine.
Okay, so it's a 6-1 on II, and do we have the same thing on III, 280,000?
I don't object to that.
Okay,
Unanimous.
so I didn't hear Jim
7-0.
I voted no on II.
and III?
No. I
Okay.
didn't.
Is it unanimous then on the 28?
How about raise your hand?
Raise your hand. 280,000? Okay, unanimous. Egads. Complicated. Okay, item 4, IV, 7,000 for replacement of fire station fitness equipment. Raise your hand for an affirmative. So 6-1.
With that directive to look into the larger picture,
Yeah.
right?
Item B, this is for the repair to the concrete driveway at Station 12, $120,000. Affirmative. Do you have a question, Bruce?
Yeah, quick question on that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Bad, Bruce. No?
Go ahead, Bruce.
Thanks. I guess you're, so the 120 KK was a cost estimate from the engineering department, and there's some reasonable probability that it's a conservative estimate, it may cost less? Or is that,
It always may cost less, yes, sir.
but it also, I suppose, could cost more, but
I don't
in
think
theory,
it's gonna cost any
there's
more.
some sense of range on this thing.
I don't believe, well, we won't overspend the budget, no.
That's, yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
It
Well,
includes a
now,
contingent.
wait a minute. What does it mean you won't overspend? You may,
Don't get hung up on his words.
well, I know, but I mean, if it
Have a
needs
cost
more, you
estimate
can't
right
put in
now.
a shabby
We'll get bids.
just to stay within budget. you have to come and beg for more, right?
We do not beg.
We might ask for more, but it won't
We
be me.
articulate
It'll be
need.
somebody else.
Show of hands for the affirmative. Are there any more questions?
I heard that.
Are there any more questions? Show of hands for the affirmative. It's unanimous.
My station.
Item C, $40,000 for a new vehicle for the,
17.
yeah, why don't we go to 17 first? Does council support hiring an EMS captain, $115,000, which is an ongoing cost in emergency medical transport fund?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
When do we hear some indications from the ESCI folks on their report, their analysis?
Late December, I believe, is.
In fact, they wanted to make a report to you on their final recommendation the week of December the 10th.
Do you see the hiring of this position being sometime after that?
This is 2013 budget, by the way.
I do.
So I would just make a note on this, that I'd like to hear some of what is happening on the Englewood study before we'd actually authorize the final position. But I'm okay with it, given that there. So I'm okay putting the budget holder there, but a
Placeholder.
footnote is don't do it till we kind of hear from the the study.
Duly noted. Got it.
Okay, need to do a vote. Raise your hand for an affirmative.
With that understanding.
Unanimous. With that understanding, yes. Okay, then up to C, $40,000 for a
So,
vehicle for this person.
I have a
I thought a
question.
scooter would
Based-
be okay.
Phil, hey, Phil, based on what you just said for that one, is there not a similar logic for the truck that you voted against?
Ask me that again, I'm sorry.
To wait to hear what the study says, also in terms of the truck?
Oh, the fire engine and the
Yeah.
medic unit?
Yeah. what
No,
voted
are you
against?
talking about the vehicle for this EMT?
I
We're on C.
know, but I was asking about the logic if we said,
I actually, my thought around, at least my foggy crystal ball, which is, not very clear, is that it won't be the equipment, it may be where houses are. More of a concern.
but there may be something else too, based on what the study says. So I'm going to ask for a reconsideration on II.
On II.
Can we make a decision on C before we move to that, please? $40,000 for a new vehicle for the EMS captain to be determined.
Question.
Bruce?
John, on buying a new vehicle, that's a big deal. And what considerations did you give to a pool vehicle or a shared vehicle or anything like that before buying a dedicated vehicle?
Our staff is so thin, I don't know if anybody else has a vehicle for them. I'm thinking that this EMS captain is going to be on a completely different cycle as far as training, as far as running equipment, coordinating with the hospital, those kind of things, that I don't know if they'll ever be in a position. In fact, that very seldom are they going to be in the office. Most of the time, they're going to be in the field, station to station, station to hospital, station to, so they'll be more out in the field doing the actual training and coordination, those kind of things. So it'd be almost impossible, I would think, to have this particular person share a vehicle.
Thank you.
Bruce?
Alan's not here, is he? But this may have come up in the past, but I'll ask it because I don't remember the answer. Does it make sense, given the magnitude of usage of these vehicles in particular, which aren't specialized anywhere near the way the fire trucks and medic units are, to do a lease versus buy? I mean, you're running these things hard, you flip them every couple of years, and then we just have the lease payments as opposed to dropping $40K on a vehicle.
Well, last year we spent a lot of time looking at leasing some vehicles, and we vetted it very thoroughly, and Alan was heavily involved in that. He did not see an advantage of doing that. I'm not sure about this specific vehicle, but overall, with the whole fleet, he determined that would not be the best way to go.
Well, and that's fair. I mean, if you guys have done the analysis, that's great. If you may want to revisit it with him on this one, this seems to be a pretty, I mean, these are what, Ford Explorers or something, and four-wheel drive, and then you throw the MDTs on, and so forth and so on. Just thinking about it is all. So.
Yeah, and I think, for selective vehicles, he would have an open mind about it, but
Okay.
I'm not sure this would be one of them that he would recommend, but we could certainly go back and talk
Okay,
about that.
fair enough.
Bruce?
I just do have a little feel for that. When you start to put lights and special equipment in a radio and do all those add-ons, that's a tremendous amount of money that you put into that vehicle, so you don't want to be on a 3-year turnover for a lease or something, because
And that was a big factor, you're right,
Okay.
when you've got to install those pieces of equipment.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Show of hands on the 40,000 for the vehicle. Unanimous. Okay, then Peggy, what did you wanted to go back to?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if any of these other pieces, and maybe the truck is one of them, AII, if waiting till December when we get the report, to see if there's any kind of input from that might suggest we do something a little different. So we could do a wait, hold, talk, put a hold on it, based on...
If you do that, you wait a whole year. You don't make that decision then until next year.
Well, if we could decide in January, would hardly delay it at all, unless they're going to start building the design for that thing right now.
But the issue is you've got to have it in the budget. You can't come around, I don't think, in January and want to amend the budget you just
No,
adopted.
we can approve it and put hold on it, and then put a stop on it if we decide something different. We did that on something else, said we would revisit.
We still have that opportunity because you can't order it till January anyway, because that's when the money becomes available.
Well, so what I'm saying is then, go with the vote here, but at least be informed as we're going ahead with the spending. If there's something there, we don't just go ahead. If that study suggests a little different pattern or something.
So Peggy, as I understand, you already decided to wait until further information to the partners. Your suggestion to wait not only for the partners, but also for ESCI?
Yeah, it's my understanding that's coming in maybe 3 months or less, right?
December the 10th, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys can read it and digest it pretty darn quick. And then raise flags for us if you see some.
Okay, moving on. Public Works.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, John.
He's an easy act to follow.
Easy for who?
We'll take a big break,
This is a
probably
big one.
about 7.
That's fine.
All right.
20 minutes. You want a break? Keep moving. Nobody leaves.
All right, we're moving on to
Lock the door.
Public Works grounds. I just want to, before we get started on this one, a couple of these, they're all in Public Works, but we skip, unfortunately, just how it ended up. We're going to jump, I think, from like facilities back to grounds and back and forth a little bit, so I apologize for that in advance. But moving on with Charlie for tree planting maintenance.
Council, let me do number 18. There's a correction in the first line. It says $10,000 general fund, $20,000 conservation trust. It should be 15 in each. This restores the tree planting program
tree giveaway and all the tree repair program we took out of the budget last year.
We did do the tree giveaway last year.
We did. We get a revenue on it, so we had the tree giveaway program, yes.
So we didn't take it out of the
No,
budget last year?
it's included in this money here, but it was not removed from the budget because it's actually a wash.
Okay. Bruce?
This is the first time we see Conservation Trust in the budget.
Correct.
And I've got a question about that. I see that other suggestions involve the cooler on Town Hall Arts, an issue up at the library, et cetera.
Correct.
And I know that's well within the ability of Conservation Trust to do it. But I worry about that misdirection. If we're going to put $15,000 of general fund money into planting trees, well, really, it could have been $30,000 of Conservation Trust. Am I correct?
No. Conservation Trust money can only be spent on public trees. Some of this money is spent on trees on private property where they're hazardous trees and we order them to be removed, and the property owner qualifies for low-income housing. The city is then obligated to assist the property owner in removal of the tree. Conservation Trust money can only be spent on public trees.
Thank you.
Follow up on that. We have $15,000 worth of trees that fall into that category?
It could be. We got one tree right now that's over $4,000 to remove, and we're questioning whether or not the property owner qualifies for the program.
And this is something for the council to discuss at a later date around, because this is in our code, this requirement that the city handle this obligation.
This says it's for new trees.
Yeah, there are no new trees on private property except the tree giveaway. We incorporated that in here and took it out of other accounts.
I'm just saying that $15,000 for trees that fall into a category of having to replant them on someone's property who can't afford to buy them, that's on that private property. Because you're saying they have to qualify.
For the hazardous tree removal, Mayor, they have to qualify.
Does this pay for the removal?
Yes. Out of the general fund, out of the Conservation Trust Fund, it's only for work on public trees.
This says with the additional funds, the department will plant new trees.
On city properties.
Yes.
Removal
We can use general fund money in both categories. We can only use conservation money on public trees.
Okay. Gotcha. Phil?
With the city's inventory of trees that are around, Charlie, can you give us a brief thought about what's the stress that's occurring this year and what that might mean for, let's say, trees on city properties, at least over the next year?
David and I talked about this just last week. It is significant because of the drought. He wants to wait until spring to see if some of those stressed trees come back or don't make it. You've seen trees right now that are dropping their leaves. You've seen trees that look like they're turning brown and dying. David, who is also a certified arborist, has suggested that we wait till spring and see if those trees come back or if they don't make it.
So is it possible that come springtime, we may be looking at an additional set of Conservation Trust Fund expenditures for trees on city property?
It could be, but there's only so many we can do in 1 year. And so it's not just a matter of saying, okay, give us more money. We also have the resources to manage it.
I understand.
Jim?
Well, you answered one of the questions about funding assistance for residents, but I just lost what I was going to talk about. It had to come back to me. I forgot what I was going to, the other part I was going to do.
Doug?
Just a point of clarification, the budget was $10,000 in the general fund for tree planting, so bringing it up to 15 is only a $5,000 increase. It's a total of $15,000 increase in the Conservation Trust, but 15 is in the general fund, 10 was already in the budget this year, so it's a $5,000 change.
And throughout if you were to come back to us in the spring and say, we've got, 20% kill, we can pull money out of the Conservation Trust and move it over and take care of things then. Jim, did you
The other
remember?
issue was that in today's paper, there was an article about the trees dying, and the reason from that arborist who said what corrections might need to be done.
There are some significant effects of this drought on trees that aren't irrigated regularly, yes. We're seeing it all over town.
So
Okay, do we want to run through this whole thing and then go back and vote on them like we did before?
No.
Asking before I jump on in. Jerry, you have a question?
I do have a question. Charlie, so who does the tree removal?
If it's on city property, it's a dead tree on city property, like at the museum, we would do it. If it's on private property and the resident owner qualifies through the low-income housing program of South Metro Housing Options, then the city pays for it.
And that's same true for then the planting of the new tree?
No, that's only for removal of hazardous trees on private property.
No, for planting of the new trees on the city property.
We do it, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ready to vote? Ready to consent? Thank you. Affirmative is a hand raised. It's unanimous. Michael?
Does council support increasing the building maintenance division staff by one full-time maintenance worker? We had, this goes to the capital funds need, and our discussion amongst the staff was we do not have the capital funds, and we've got lots of deferred maintenance, as I think many of you are aware. A year ago, it was raining and we had a leak. But in the approach that we have taken of maintaining our infrastructure that we've already got, staff is proposing an additional maintenance worker because the staff that Charlie currently has is having a hard time keeping up with just the level of maintenance necessary to keep the building at an acceptable level without those capital improvements that we do not have the funding for. And so that was the rationale for that position.
We manage 34 structures, everything from the Littleton Center, including the police expansion at Fire Station 11, courthouse, town hall, and a covered bridge, plus 29 other bridges. Michael summarized it just right. We are not keeping up with our repairs and maintenance.
Bruce?
Is the management of those structures, I know we've talked in the past sort of collectively about energy efficiency improvements, lighting retrofits, this kind of stuff, where you can spend a buck and save two in terms of operating expenses. I mean, you guys view this as part of the management process, or is it just strictly bricks and mortar and fixing things?
Right at the moment, this is primarily repair and maintenance of bricks and mortar. However, we did get a grant for some energy efficient items, such as the pedestrian bollards in front of this building. About half of them have been replaced. The other half will be. That was totally grant money, 100%. Now they're going to LEDs.
But you still need somebody to do the work, and that's more or less what
We have to contract that work out in most cases, yes.
Oh, if I may, is the $72,000 straight salary, does that include benefits?
It includes benefits.
Jerry?
So this maintenance guy will get paid about as much as the IT guy is going to get. What kind of maintenance guy is this?
It's a maintenance mechanic, somebody who can repair systems, motors, pumps, not just somebody who can pick up spills, but somebody who actually has...
It's a higher skill.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So then, how much subcontracting do you do for some of this work?
We do most of our electrical work subcontracted. For example, one project we're working on now is a new office for the IS director, Ken Price, upstairs. Most of that work is being subcontracted out, almost all of it. We have a small contractor in town who is willing to work with us on some remodeling or repair projects in order to boost our staff right now. When we need a major plumber, you'll get into some things later on in this discussion for cooling systems, HVAC, and all that is contracted out.
So your staff is primarily doing the sidewalks, the
blacktops?
Oh, that's our ground, yeah, we do parking lots and sidewalks all over town, but not through the building maintenance. That's grounds maintenance employees that do that.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? Phil?
Charlie, you mentioned the 29 bridges. That's through the building maintenance?
No, the only one that building maintenance does is the covered bridge at Southbridge. All the other bridges are managed through the engineering and the streets department.
That was streets.
I just thought I'd throw that in there to, yeah.
You're trying to dazzle us with the numbers.
Didn't know you had 29 bridges.
Following on from Chief John.
Any other questions? Okay, ready to vote? Ready to consent? Okay, raise your hand for an affirmative. Okay. Manager?
20 is, does council support replacement of the city center carpet, repainting the exterior of the municipal courthouse, and enhancements in courthouse security for a total of $166,000? The carpet replacement is a significant project, as we identify here, primarily because you have to move the furniture. Laying carpet isn't as big of the job as it is going to be moving the furniture, so we're proposing that occur over a 2-year period. You've all seen how worn the carpet is. Repainting the exterior of the courthouse at $33,000. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, we were going to go after a grant application for that. I might be thinking of a different project, actually.
Different project.
Different project, apologize. And enhanced courthouse security, this has been identified for a while, both from the judges and I believe the prosecutors over there, as well as our city or county admin staff as well for that.
Let me make a couple of additional points on the carpeting. It primarily has to be done on weekends because the building is occupied and we have visitors, and this carpet is glued to the floor. It's a huge project to remove. I do have some photos if you want to see of the carpet that's worn and no good. I don't want to show those.
Move on.
The exterior painting, and again, I have a photo of the courthouse woodwork. It is in severe need to be repainted. I'll stop there.
Bruce?
The carpet, when you pull a carpet up, there's no asbestos issues, are there?
No.
Sure?
Yes. We've already replaced it once.
Okay, perfect. What kind of asbestos did you use?
Carpet.
And you're just replacing, not expanding, like you're not going to put any in the walk areas or
No.
anything? It's just basically what's here?
Yes.
And the commercial grade, this is, total...
Or industrial grade. This is,
Yeah, literally. I mean, we're talking, what's the expected wear on this stuff, 5-10 years or something?
the building right now is 35 years old.
Is this...
And I think, Kelly, is she here, that we replaced it once? Kelly's not here. I think we've replaced the whole carpeting one time.
Yeah, just just commenting on that, I mean, a lot of the commercial buildings have gone to sections of carpet, that way wear areas can be replaced, as opposed to having to replace a full,
So, something to consider.
They're about 25% more expensive, though.
Some corners come up, too.
Okay, we're not going to buy carpet tonight, right?
We have to do color.
Bruce?
I just have a comment. I just have a comment, and I'm kind of on the same track with this as I was with Fleet and IS. We might be to that point where we need to have a fixed assets internal service fund so that there's an allotted amount every year to go to all the building maintenance issues, and the job is for the manager of that to find a way to prioritize and create a roadmap and see what they can do for that, and then come back to council with the exceptions. Because this deferred maintenance thing is going to be, pay me now, pay me later. And I'm suggesting there might be a better way to manage it than item by item.
And one of the things, and I think we've said this to the council, and Doug is, along with some of Charlie's staff are leading this, is you've heard me talk about we need an asset management program and a plan for everything. And so we've had a couple consultants come in and show us their, I guess not consultants, but we've had a couple firms come in and show us their software that we would enter all of those assets into and how long the replacement is, because we're missing that big picture, and that really is what we need to be working on, and finance is leading that charge right now. So,
It's just absolutely essential we keep this up. That's the public trust. We've got to meet that.
agreed.
Okay, any other questions on 20? Okay, show of hands. Raise affirmative, yes. Okay, that's yes. 21.
So this is a request to expend $100,000 out of capital projects for a pavement management software. This goes to Councilman Beckman's concern that he just raised. So we do not have a comprehensive, we have not completed recently a comprehensive analysis of the quality of our streets. And I know that there's plenty of you who can say, well, I'll just drive down the street and I'll tell you how bad it is. And yes, that is true. Councilman Beckman just raised his hand. And this is one where I think that the staff we can go either way on this one, because it is in service of the asset management program. Without this, we are a step down from really comprehensively being able to tell you, and therefore your constituents in the community, what those long-term needs are, because this would actually go through all of the streets and identify what the life expectancy left is, and then Charlie and his staff can calculate what those needs are and project that rotation out into the future. However, without having a long-term capital funding stream, this might sit on the shelf, because we may spend $100,000, and without that money, we sit here and we tell you that we need a bunch more money in the capital fund to maintain it. Well, we can tell you that right now without spending the $100,000, and I think Charlie would be happy, putting words in his mouth, to take that $100,000 and use it to improve the streets rather than talk about the quality of the streets. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg, because I really believe in the asset management program, and this would be a key component of it. But it might be more appropriate expenditure to occur as either part of that long-term funding stream or something that comes subsequent to getting a long-term, ongoing, sustainable revenue stream. So, Charlie,
That's
go
it.
ahead.
No problem.
Okay. Peggy and then Jim.
Yeah, so I don't support doing this now. I'd rather use $100,000 to fix something and help improve the look of our city, and maybe look for grants or something if we want to do this. We don't have a whole lot of money coming in, so I want
Correct.
to...
And we're not proposing that we transfer this money for another use right now, because the policy question is, do you support it?
I know,
And we're
but
saying we're okay if you want to.
But there's only
Kill it.
so much money, so
Absolutely.
I don't support this one.
Jim?
Well, maybe I should vote against it too, considering my comments I made last night about the conditions of the streets, and go along with my perception instead of getting some facts to deal with.
Bruce?
I can make a comment about not being confused by the facts.
Bruce?
I'm going to, I guess, if you had the software, do you have the resources to utilize the software?
Marginally. We're really thin in the engineering function in the city. The question is, can we use our personnel to manage it, and then do we have the money to implement it?
Right.
The answer to the first question is marginally, and the answer to the second question is no. And as the city manager indicated, you're going to do a study, and there's good value to this, and it can be done, but if it sits on the shelf, and then we have to bring it back in 4 years and spend another $100,000 to update it, and then we don't have the money to say, okay, it tells you to do these things and we're not doing it, I feel like we're taking a step backwards and spending money. Yeah, everybody in this room can tell us what streets need to be resurfaced.
And do.
My street, your street, if you live in the city, it's your street. But I can also tell you the streets, and I did this last year, and I thought, and the year before, where do we get the biggest bang for our buck? And I'll stop with that.
And My sense is, and Councilmember Taylor, I think, brought this up right at the outset of the meeting last night, which is, we know we've got an issue, and part of the problem, with all due respect to Councilmember Cole, we can take the 100,000 and do more, overlays or patches. But if we need data to make a compelling argument to the citizens, hypothetically, at some point in the future, that we can't keep doing what we're doing because we keep falling further and further behind, and we may need an incremental revenue stream to do something, you sort of need the data from this thing to make the argument compelling, I kind of think. So I respect your point, Peggy. I can see another side to it as well.
Well, I don't think anybody needs to do anything except look. I don't think anybody's going to question unless they were one of the ones that had their street repaved in the last 3 years or so.
Jerry?
Yeah, I thought I was going to be the only one that wasn't too crazy about this one, so kind of like the way the conversation's going. I think also this would add a lot to the IT department because they're already installing a lot of programs, and programs take time, that's for sure. And I think the department can only do so much, and I think if we have a new $100,000 program that tells us we need to do more, we can't do it anyway, so what's it matter? I mean, we can only do so much at this point, so I'm not supporting this one.
Charlie, Centennial recently just did this.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what they did?
Yes. Matter of fact, I talked to their staff about this number and how to proceed if council approves this. For one thing, their street repair budget is about 10 times what ours is. And it costs them $100,000 and then another $30,000 every year to update it, to bring the information current.
How long did the study take?
A year.
Okay, so it takes a year for them to do the study, and then how many miles of roads do they have versus?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, yeah, Centennial's much bigger.
And I think, because I agree with Councilman Stallman in the sense that we've got to, and it goes to Councilman Beckman's comment, we've got to be able to articulate the long-term need, not just in streets, but everywhere. And if the council does not support this, I think there are other ways that we can at least get in the ballpark of that need, and we can get to that place. I very much would love to see this move forward, but I also set the stage, as you know, for we need to do this, and so this is one of those ones where it'd be great, but, or however.
Can we see this again in another budget?
Oh, we will bring it to you on an ongoing and regular basis, yes.
It keeps coming until we approve them.
Yeah.
I think or until staff changes.
I think it's in my I think it's in my contract.
Until they go to Aurora.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, are we ready?
There must be some grant coming down the...
Okay.
This is not a one that you get, there's not a lot of grant dollars for this type of thing.
Okay, raise your hand if you, for the affirmative. 1, oh, I'm sorry, I'm counting. 2,
3.
3. Who was 3?
Jim
and
Bruce.
Bruce.
And you?
No.
You didn't have your hand up?
No, I
Yeah,
was.
but-
Michael, she's trying
But
to
I-
set the example, but don't let him.
No,
So Jim and Bruce.
Jim and Bruce. Okay, let's
22
slide
is,
down in the ditch, Bruce, is that what we're
20,
saying?
22, does council support city funding half the Bomar fence project? So this is a request that is actually coming in from the Bomar South HOA, and I'm going to let Charlie talk about this 25-year-old wood fence and how it came to be and why it is in front of you now in a...
I'm going to give you a very quick synopsis of this. The city built the fence in replacement of an existing fence when Bowles Avenue was widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes in 1987. We built it. It's their fence. However, the fence sits right on the property line. Councilman Taylor and I have sat through numerous meetings with Bomar South representatives about this. They believe that the fence facing Bowles Avenue should be repaired by the city. It needs to be replaced. As the city manager said, that fence is 25 years old. A typical wooden fence should last 15 years before replacement. It is in need of total reconstruction, and we have a new design now that provides better sound deafening, is the word I guess to use. Because the fence sits on the property line in most locations, and if I'm saying this wrong, Councilman, tell me, the association believes that the city should pay for half the cost of the fence replacement for $65,000.
Questions?
Well, so we don't believe that we have any legal obligation for this fence, and so this is one where there are other places, as I understand it, in the city that we have fences that are on the property line. Being on the property line is not an unusual situation. You get a surveyor, the survey but where the contractor actually places it. So if the contractor put it on our property, it does not by definition mean that it's ours to replace. But so there are implications of the council approving what is not essentially, but is a private property fence, of getting additional requests that come forward to do this. But there is a benefit to the community of having a nice fence. As we drive by, there's an aesthetic benefit. But if the council chooses to do this, just know that this is not a legal requirement. This is a goodness of the heart to fund this project.
Okay, Jim?
Well, you're right in that it is an entrance into the city, and it looks like hell. And replacing the fence would certainly improve that north side of Bowles Avenue. And regardless of it not being a legal obligation, in my mind, it's a moral obligation. It is on the property line. We built it. Half the fence should be ours. The way we reconstruct these fences these days, with the baffling in between the two sides of the fence, because it becomes a double fence with a cap on top, would go all on the inside on the property owner's side. I'm assuming it probably wouldn't come to the city right-of-way side when they do that, but I don't know. The contractor probably doing it anyway. So it's something that I would support for the Bomar South section and for the paintbrush section, which is not part of Bomar South, but make a proposal to them for the same deal we would make with Bomar South. However, I'm not really in favor of paying anything at all for the Denver Water Board property without Denver Water Board participating.
Bruce?
Charlie, if I hang a political sign on that fence, are you going to tell me to take it down?
If you do, yes. But if the property owner who owns the fence does, the answer is no. I will not tell them to take it
You
down.
would tell me to take it down for the same fence on Mineral.
We own that fence,
Okay.
100% of it, from Dry Creek Road to Logan Drive, I believe it's
That's
called.
not the same circumstance.
That is not the same, Bruce. We've gone through this once before, haven't we?
Yeah, that to me is, and same with the Prince and some other places, this issue of creeping, once you get the nose under the tent, what fences the city replaces, I think has a lot to do with which ones we say we have authority over as being part of the public.
Peggy?
I'm trying to remember what was there when we widened. What was there?
An accumulation of about 20 different kinds of fences, and some properties with no fence on a 2-lane road with a lot of trees and a dirt shoulder. In 1987, we had to acquire land from each side of the street, and part of the deal was we would be put in this fence. I have documentation that shows that the fence is on the line in many locations where they were able to do it, and that the property owner is responsible for it.
And if it's now being declared our fence, why don't we just take our fence down? I'm just being a little facetious, but I'd like to hear the answer.
It's not our fence.
It's not being
So
declared
it's
our
not our
fence.
fence, but it is our fence.
It is not our fence.
No.
It is not our fence.
That's correct.
It's irrelevant that it's on the property line. It is not our fence. It's a private fence.
Okay, thank you.
Just one other, when Bowles was built, was there a look to get the public support for the widening of Bowles that told them, we widen Bowles, we'll put a sound deadening fence up there for you?
It was a vote of the people,
Right.
and it included Mineral Avenue in that vote, from Santa Fe to Platte Canyon Road. The answer to your question is that the fence was included in the plan that was presented to the public before the vote. And I believe I'm the only person in the room, no, Lorena might be 25 years, who's still with the city on this, but I was in charge of the department that built that. We acquired land from Bomar South owners. We said we would build this fence. That was part of the plan that was approved by the voters.
And a big objection was the fact that they were going to lose, a lot of them going to lose access to make left turn lanes out of Bomar South to go east.
That's correct.
That was a huge issue with them.
Any more questions? Okay, a raise of the hand would be an affirmative to funding the half of the Bomar fence project, $65,000 out of capital fund. Raise your hand if you're in favor. 2.
23, does council support replacement of the Town Hall Arts Center HVAC system? This is $65,000 out of the Conservation Trust.
Let me give you a couple of very quick details. There actually are 3 HVAC units at Town Hall. 2 of them are brand new, replaced in 09 and 10. This is the 3rd one. The cost is, as described here, the unit itself, just to go buy it off the shelf, is $33,000. Takes a crane to install it. We cannot get parts without spending a lot of money to repair the existing unit, and it's at the end of its useful life.
Bruce?
Okay, so that was essentially, I essentially got information from mechanical contractors at work when we replace similar rooftop unit HVAC units. And they basically say they don't recommend to, the only time we advise change out is when we can no longer get parts like heat exchangers, condenser coils, cooling coils that are so forth and so on. And you're basically saying we can, but it's expensive, or are you saying we can't?
We just bought one part, this was several months ago, it's about that big.
Yeah.
It cost $7,000, took 6 weeks to get.
What was it for?
It was a part of the compressor unit within the air conditioning system. This unit was installed in 1982 when the building was put into the Performing Arts Center. It's the only remaining original HVAC unit.
And were the ones that were replaced of a similar vintage and condition?
They were all part of the 1982 program, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Phil and then Jim.
Just knowing different HVAC units have different levels of capacity, are the 2 that are there, can they handle the building, or is it they service different segments of the building, or?
I don't know the answer to that, but I was told today they have to have all 3 units to cool the building in the summer, keep it warm in the winter. They cannot just eliminate this. And this installation also includes some ductwork improvements as well.
Jim?
How does this qualify under Conservation Trust?
We confirmed with the state that this would qualify for it, and I believe it's under the recreation piece of it, but we did contact the state. Yes.
Recreation facility.
Not what I would consider it with that.
I believe we were a little surprised as well, but the state confirmed it, so.
Any other questions? Okay,
Do you
Peggy?
have an idea how much energy it would save? What There'll be some cost savings then.
I'm not going to tell you that because I don't know the answer if there's going to be cost savings. You're taking an old unit that was installed in 82, 30 years ago, replacing it with a brand-new, yes, we buy the energy-efficient units. I have no idea how much energy you would save.
The ductwork, the new ductwork will be installed, lowering future maintenance, I understand that, and energy expenses. So just because it's new,
Yes.
we can expect
You buy
some.
it, yeah, what was purchased in 1982, energy efficiency wasn't one of the words that was used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, an affirmative will support the replacement of the HVAC unit on Town Hall Art, $65,000 out of Conservation Trust. You raise your hand for an affirmative. It's unanimous.
24, does council support replacing a portion of the HVAC unit at the library, also out of the Conservation Trust, for $109,000?
Council, there are actually 2 units at the library. We're taking those out, putting this one in. There still is another unit that serves the expanded library that was done a number of years ago. That's why it's saying it's only a portion. There are 2 very old units that went in 1982 and 1981, and we cannot get parts for these. And it's the same story as the town hall one.
Why don't you hit the friends up for this one?
Because it's $109,000. And just to baffle you with detail, it's a 30-ton unit.
So, since you threw that on the table, the replacement cost generally, according, again, to my guy, is about $2,000 per ton, which says $60,000, so it's about $50,000 to install the thing?
We have to take out the 2 old ones,
Okay.
put this one in at a different location.
Oh, roof penetration and so forth?
Yeah, we've actually got a price on this one from a contractor.
Okay. And it is going on the roof, and it's better to do that than put it on the ground?
No, this one's on the ground.
It is on the ground?
Yes,
Ah,
for ease of maintenance.
okay, good.
And again, you're taking 30-year-old equipment that we literally cannot find parts for and replacing it with, as we discussed with Town Hall, a more energy-efficient unit.
Bill?
Question for the library folks. This talks about having some water in it, so that it's a waterborne unit. And library still has traditional books, as opposed to, we haven't moved to an entire ebook environment. So what does that do to the stewardship with regard to material that is in the library?
But we don't think there's going to be any particular threat to that. You do take a look at the piping and make sure that you're not having water-filled pipes above the major collections areas. So I think we're okay. We did check the blueprints, and we seem to be in good shape. That's a good question.
But the fact that there's, it says a waterborne cooling system, does that mean there's water in the air that runs the risk of?
Charlie, do you?
I think it's like a radiator.
Yeah.
Swap cooler.
But it's on the ground.
You're not talking about water in the pipes above. Is that what you're talking about, Councilman?
Well, it says a waterborne cooling system, so I don't know if it's a mister or, what it might be in there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with chillers because I'm dealing with the buildings built in 1906. And it is hard to find parts sometimes. A chiller it has all kinds of liquids. It's not necessarily just water. It's in the chiller itself. It doesn't go throughout the whole building. So it isn't like it's spewing water out like a mister or anything like that. It's the chiller itself that is really just, it's forcing the air out.
The main time that you have issues with water in pipes is if you're dealing with a fire suppression system, and most of those in museums and libraries tend to be either a dry system or a system that's a double action system, so that you don't have water in the pipes until you have a kickoff event.
Peggy?
So will this help with the erratic cooling that's in the building? I mean, somebody gets called over there frequently to adjust this, that, or the other?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? An affirmative will put a new HVAC system at the library, 109,000 Conservation Trust, up for okey dokey. All right, that's yes.
All right, moving on to open space. Does council support the purchase of open space properties? $1.25 million for the open space fund. This is on the heels of the council's discussion on the open space task force and the approval of the open space plan. This is primarily a placeholder because, as council is aware, we don't have negotiated dollars. Some of these may be leases, not purchases. And we just thought we would list the 4 high-priority projects that we are currently focused on right now. I shouldn't say high-priority projects, the 4 projects we're focused on right now. And obviously, any of these would be required to come back to council for approval, but we're asking council to appropriate the funds so that they are in the budget.
Phil?
Just a quick question. I mean, we're assuming that $1.25 million is the city's contribution, that we would still be looking at partner participation on some of these acquisitions,
With the South Suburban and the Arapahoe County Open Space.
or others.
GOCO possibly.
Just a comment on this.
And I should say, but before them jump in front of the mayor, that this is not all we're doing these for. We're just giving you some examples. It's to implement the open space plan.
Looking at some of these, I mean, Metro Mayflower, that's really an issue of relocation as opposed to purchase. So it's bigger, more interesting. And we have a property owner who is at no level of urgency at all.
That's correct.
Southbridge, that, as we've discussed, is not at a level of urgency either, or much interest. The sheriff's property, I'm not sure that we're at a place where we have legal understanding yet about what we could buy or should buy or can buy or would buy over there. The Rice property, again, we've got an unwilling property owner, and we don't.
She has an offer in front of her right now that last time I discussed with her, she actually has 2 offers from us. And she said she is considering that and would be back in touch. I have not heard from her in a month.
Okay. So, I guess that we've got in the open space fund, I think, a little under $4 million.
Pardon?
In open space? Who's been spent in our open space?
No, nobody. I was just saying that's the page.
Oh. 223?
2.4 million estimated 2013 fund balance. So that's assuming all these property purchases.
So,
And there'd be an infusion coming in, though, in 2013 as well.
so our current fund balance is
23?
Yeah, at the beginning of 212 is
3.6
3.6 million, that's correct.
3.6, so it's just under 4. And I guess my input on this is that we have, at this point, are working on some pretty major projects along the South Platte River that I think have a higher viability. Regarding South Platte Working Group, this is all stuff that will happen over the period of the year, but I think the viability of what we're looking at along that stretch probably would provide a higher return at this point. I don't know that reserving the money for particularly B, C, and D is something I would support.
So clarifying, if these are just placeholder, we're not committed to doing these.
Correct.
So if we said we don't want A or B or whatever, then we would still have money there appropriated in theory that we could buy something else?
Anything with the, you'd be appropriating in 2013, whatever number you choose, that for any use that is qualified under the open space expenditures.
Right, so this is
So-
just kind of an idea, it's not a
Correct.
commitment.
Jim, and then Phil.
You know, Debbie, putting this in as a placeholder doesn't really bother me, because if something comes along, comes out of the South Platte Working Group that we need money from, and we got the money in that, all it takes is a resolution to get it out with 5 affirmative votes, and we've done that in the past, so I'm really not concerned about saving this money for something that may be coming out of the South Platte Working Group. We always can find that solvable.
Okay. Phil?
I guess I kind of viewed this as a placeholder saying that we are going to be following our process and the criteria that we established with our open space committee and that we brought to the council, and that what this would do is just say, here, we're going to be active and say we're expecting we may see some projects come through on that basis. And I mean, I read the black paragraph more than the A, B, C, D, because we're not going to be doing, a specific expenditure is going to come back on a project basis. And I didn't see this as saying, forego the process and the criteria that we established. We're still going to do that, but rather this is just saying, hey, put something there, and as Jim says, and, until the projects actually come before us, we're not going to be doing anything.
Anybody else? Okay. Jerry? No?
If I can jump in, I mean, to one extent, if we have this for open space acquisition, that provides a direction to the staff in terms of what we're going to be working on. If, to the extent that you just want to have an unallocated amount of money in the open space fund, that's appropriate, an unallocated appropriation of funds that we need to come back, you could remove A, B, C, and D if that's the desire. I mean, that's part of what or B, C, and D, as the mayor indicated, and just say that any expenditure of this requires us to come back to council. And so you give yourself a little broader perspective of it, and if the council comes back, and because it doesn't have to be brought back by staff, it could be brought back by the South Platte Working Group too, and you've got greater flexibility, then you don't even need that resolution that Councilman Taylor was talking about. You've got that flexibility for it, because some of these projects we may work on periodically throughout the year, but really occur in some future year, as you pointed out, for Metro Mayflower. So give yourselves, if you appropriate it, you might as well give yourself some greater flexibility.
Okay. Are any more questions? Are you ready to vote?
And we're voting on?
Voting on supporting the purchase of open space properties, $1,250,000. We've 4 properties that will be, are being held as placeholders in the open space fund. And the vote is to keep them as placeholders in the fund. Okay? Affirmative, raise your hand.
Are we going to?
We're not buying them.
Right, well,
Yeah.
we're not going to discuss any more than what Michael had just said?
Well, we can.
Well, you just had 5 affirmatives on the proposal as you stated it.
Do we want to keep talking about this?
I would,
Okay.
but they voted, so that's.
Well, let him.
Well, we can continue to discuss it. It's a consensus.
This one's your fault.
Well, may I?
Yeah.
I do like what Michael just said. We can still allocate the money to these 4 or any other 4 without having to go through an exercise of removing it and putting it somewhere else. I like that idea.
So we would put in the council direction that council appropriates, I'm going to say the 1.25, for use on open space projects, and we'll figure out the exact appropriate language, but again, providing that there's no specific placeholders, if you will, but that it's for open space, and that prior to any expenditure, we need to come back to the council for approval, and then that way you have probably the greatest level of flexibility.
I actually thought that's what I was voting on.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, it kind of seems to me like this probably shouldn't even be in the budget. We have the open space money, can only be used for certain things. We've already established the criteria, as Phil indicated, in the open space task force. We established properties. If this is really more an indication of what we want staff to continue to work on, then I would not put it in the budget.
But following that same argument, you could appropriate all the money we've got in the fund. All that does is give an inflated budget figure. Something that's in there now, like this figure, it's got something to tie it to. You can't accuse us of inflating the budget for putting projects in there that may be pie in the sky. Whereas if you remove the names of the projects and you just appropriate all the funds we've got in the open space fund, whatever that number happens to be, then you've inflated the budget by that amount of money.
Do we have to appropriate anything in the open space fund during budget?
No, don't have to.
You could do a budget adjustment when we appropriate the funds, when we bring projects forward.
Yeah.
You might make
Okay.
finance a little more.
It's almost 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It's
My sense is that at least the message was, we're okay being active in some of these. I mean, at least some of these properties were considered priority items coming out of our open space considerations. And to not put anything and say we're not there, I'm not sure it sends the message that, we're kind of, we'll just let the open space accumulate over time. I'd rather be saying something like, appropriated something, if it meets our, we follow the process and meets our criteria, we've got at least some expenditure. We can always make that adjustment.
okay,
later.
Jerry.
I think by putting the 4 in there, it tells the property owners that, hey, they've allocated money just for us, and it might make it more difficult to negotiate with. I would rather have it out there available for other properties, too. And I think you said this isn't the whole list anyway.
Correct. Yeah.
So I would rather have it just be as a fund available for a property that we go after with a willing seller.
What if we said something along the lines, include some of the language that I stated earlier, but said in service of implementation of the open space plan or something along those lines? Because Councilman Taylor's got some valid concern around, are you actually doing something with it? Amendment A is a great example at the state level, right? Just, it's out there. But then if there is anybody that's interested in it, you can pull out the open space plan and say, here are the properties, because we have that prioritized list that the council approved of the acquisition of those. So we wouldn't reference them directly in here, but we would say it's in service of that.
I like the language clarification. That's what I thought.
Mayor?
Tiffany?
I just want to make a comment that if you don't appropriate the monies at this time, anytime that we're going to purchase a piece of property, we have to come to you for approval anyway. So what we could say is we could appropriate the monies now, and then when you approve the purchase, you're allowing us to spend that money at that time. Otherwise, we won't be spending it. If you don't appropriate it now and you do it every time we purchase a piece of property, it's going to take 2 readings, a first and a second. It's going to take a month to get that completed. It's just an observation and a comment.
Okay. So do we want to keep these in here and consider them appropriated? Raise your hands for yes.
So along
Did
the
you-
lines of what Michael said?
Well,
No.
okay, what Michael said is not to do it, what Tiffany said is to do it. Tiffany said, if you, huh?
No, we're saying,
That-
Tiffany and I are saying the same thing.
Yes. Well, I think, I
Change
thought
the
she said
language.
to put the names of them in there.
No.
Oh,
She-
okay.
She's recommending that you appropriate the funds.
Oh, yeah,
Without any
Without the
names.
without the names.
Without names.
Okay, we are right
Further
back to
is-
square one.
All right.
Okay, appropriate the funds without the names, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, 26.
You'll like the language we put in there. 26, does council support the funding of the South Platte park maintenance totaling $241,940. This request has come through the South Suburban Parks and Rec District and from the staff, and they have not approved this, and I believe the detail, do we have a page number?
226.
Thank you.
To go to the top of 226, it shows the breakdown on how this money would be spent. This is a letter from South Suburban Manager of Parks and Open Space regarding the agreement we have with them in sharing the cost for the operation of South Platte Park.
While you're looking at that, I want to point out we're more than halfway through.
I'm for pie.
I'm ready for some pie.
Is that good or bad? That's good.
Yeah, and we're close to pie. We got to get through this one.
Now, if you want to go backwards for a while.
So I'll make a comment, and then maybe people can help me see something differently. I don't think they're being quite as prudent as I would want them to be.
Quite as what?
As prudent in this economy. I don't really support reinstating the position that they want to reinstate, and maybe a couple other things I'm just not comfortable with. So I'd love to hear some other thoughts.
I have one thought on that, and while I do agree that it's difficult to add personnel, the thing that kind of bothered me on this one was how they are pulling from other employees to fill that position. So there are really 3 other positions that are not operating at full capacity because they're pitching in on this other job. I can tell you that to lose any time off of those rangers out there is not something we want to see happen. And to pull off of the supervisor, that's Scott, right?
Yes.
You know, I would say that's where I'm most troubled, is that and the volunteer coordinator, I know that park really operates off of volunteers. Once again, the 10, 15 FTEs are replaced by the volunteers that they have. So that's where I have less consternation about supporting that position, because I think it would actually give back 3 others or parts of them. Bruce?
Just, a clarification, we're talking about $210,000 from the open space fund, and the protocols regarding acquisition versus maintenance, we can designate money.
It's 20%.
20% of the share back money can be used.
Maintenance.
Yes.
Can.
Can't, that's right, yeah, right, okay. So, I guess, Peggy, to your point, this sort of, again, falls back in the ever-popular category of, the voters are giving it to us to spend, and this is enhancing. It's not like we can use it for stuff other than maintenance or acquisition anyway. Realistically, we can't pave roads with it, for example.
Bruce?
Well, I'm assuming that the $241,940 is that 20%. Are we maximizing our amount of money that we can give them for maintenance? Because
The
if they,
$210,000 comes from the open space fund, $31,940 comes from the conservation
so we're
trust.
upping it over the 20% by using conservation trust money in there too, is that?
2 different things.
Yeah.
Well, but if I was Dave Lorenz sitting here, I would, and he has sat here and said,
right.
he barely makes it, he really needs help. Are we giving him additional over the 20% with this conservation trust money?
Correct.
And I think you have to honor the working relationship of them maintaining our park and let them have the freedom to do it. And Dave Lorenz has asked for whatever help we can give him financially.
And certainly, in a joint study session with South Suburban, making sure that they are communicating their management philosophy and approach, I think, is on an annual basis, so that you guys understand that. So when something like this comes before you, there is that level of trust and relationship that you can say yes to it without them in the room on an evening like this.
Jim?
I'll just say that my observation of the South Suburban Board has always been that they're very conscious of where and how they spend the money, because they have huge water costs that they got to go through, and their recreation centers and swimming pools and things like that are all losing money, so they are very careful about where they spend it.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, the question is, do you support the funding for South Platte Park maintenance totaling $241,940 to be pulled out of two funds? Raise your hand if you support it. 6-1.
Also, question 27, does council support funding to Hudson Gardens? This is essentially a carryover because, as council is aware, in the 2012 budget, we have $400,000 appropriated. I believe we've updated council on this, but just so everyone's clear, the Hudson Gardens staff had a consultant on board who they had worked with on the children's garden. They have since canceled the contract with that firm and have just recently hired another company to work with them on the development of the children's garden. So this will, there will be no construction in 2012. Anything that would happen is anticipated would occur spring or later in 2013. But we want to make sure that we intentionally ask the council for this. There had been, I think, some ongoing there have been ongoing questions about the use of this money relative to Hudson Gardens, which had an entry fee for that. They have, and that was a legal interpretation from the attorneys at the Arapahoe County, that if they charged the fee, they could not use the open space for this because that was against the ballot that language that had been put to the voters. So Hudson Gardens has removed that fee, and so they now have the opportunity to take revenues, money that come through that, both from Arapahoe County and from us in here. The 400 is just currently a carryover of that. Because there is no project definition, no cost associated with it, we didn't really know what number to put in there, so we just carried it over from 2012 to 2013 as our proposal.
Phil and then Bruce.
No.
And then
Yeah,
Bruce.
my understanding with this is that they're anticipating, at least at this point in time, the project's going to be of similar scope as was originally discussed.
Correct.
And is expected to, or at least their plan in designing something that it is going to be attracting families to the facility at Hudson Gardens. And so,
Correct. I should point out that this is actually an increase in the dollars for the children's garden itself, and I don't remember the exact relationship, but because we can't use the money for the improvements along along Santa Fe, this will up the percentage of, and in fact, based upon the current numbers, the city of Littleton would be paying, I wanted to say, like 60 to 70% of the total project cost. So you may want to put a condition, in fact, I'd highly recommend it, that before we just transfer the money over, that you have a presentation and that you decide whether or not the full 400 is what you would want to appropriate based upon the definition of the project.
and that was the point I was going to make, which is it would be nice to at least be in a position to kind of see what the project is going to look like before the actual expenditure is going to happen.
Bruce.
Two things, quick clarification. Doug, based on what we were talking about earlier, if this, I assume what sort of happened here was this thing may have been, this was in the 12 budget, but you guys never did a PO, so it's not a 2012 expenditure.
No, we never did a purchase order on this one.
Does it make sense to do a purchase order in 12 and not? Just
no, we need to rebudget this.
There's nothing that's been identified.
Yeah, there's no contract in place, no scope of work identified, so.
All right, that's cool.
The 12 budget showed $250,000 for the children's garden, $150,000 for some other work, and that second project cannot be used. We cannot use open space funds for the second project.
I understand. The other question ultimately then is, from a practical perspective, none of this gets dispersed until they give us invoices for work that's been, conducted and that we need to pay our share of, so forth and so on. So it's just, again, like a lot of this stuff, it's placeholder material at this point.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, and I think it's really important it's really important that the council actually know what the project is, because as Charlie just pointed out, that, one, this is a significant increase in what would potentially go to the children's garden itself of $150,000. And you sure as heck want to know what the project is and whether, I mean, if it's a $400,000 project, do you want to pay 100% of it? I mean, there's a lot of details, so we'd have a study session and want to make sure the council bless it.
Bruce?
Michael, you just made my point.
Okay.
Yeah, this one, I don't know. This one just has never made any sense to me. If you're, go ahead, Bruce.
To vote no on this, what are we saying? Let me clarify what a no vote means. Because it's just taking it out of the current placeholder discussion, and it allows the issue to come up again in the future when there's some meat to it.
If you did not vote to appropriate an additional $400,000, whatever number, if you were to propose a change to that, and Hudson Gardens developed a project and wanted to make a proposal to the council, and say the proposal was, we want you to spend $400,000 to the children's garden, you just appropriated 1.25 and gave yourself some flexibility, so we would come forward and we would propose that that 400 comes out of the 1.25. Logistically, that's what would happen.
This has always been a project that came in backwards, where somebody said that they wanted something, and here's a couple of ideas, and we said, well, we have this open space money, and then it just got twisted up from there. They couldn't get it, then they tried to get it, and they had to do the attendance thing back and forth, and I agree on where Councilmember Beckman's going. We've got 3.6 in there. I think we just stop this madness right now. They can come back with a succinct plan that shows us what's going on, and we can make a decision based on that. But to just hand somebody close to $250,000 or $500,000.
Well, and the message we'd send by saying yes is, go ahead. And we really aren't sending that message at all. We really are skeptical.
I would say at this point in time, if we pull it and don't re-up the allocation, the message it's going to send to them, or at least what's going to be heard, is you don't have a partner in the project. And I'm not sure we want to do that.
That's a different interpretation.
I don't think.
And we could communicate it through policy question 25 if you wanted to soften the blow. Because you did just appropriate 1.25 and give yourselves the flexibility.
Yeah, but that was purchase of open space was what that 1.25.
But the language that we will be putting in there based upon the conversation you have would give you that flexibility.
I think we have a strong enough relationship with them as our partners on so many things that we can have a honest.
You're talking about South Suburban, you're talking about Hudson Gardens. Those are two different.
And we have relationships with both of them, so, Bruce?
Yeah, I was going to,
But we don't have one with Hudson Gardens that we consistently spend money.
well, and really the origin of this whole thing was an acknowledgement that Hudson Gardens is really an integral element to the economic development efforts broadly as far as quality of life is concerned. So I remember when we had these conversations, a year or two ago, whenever this did come up, it was definitely a partnering issue, that they were looking for commitment, and everybody understood they were trying to figure out how to make a viable project that would benefit Hudson Gardens, that would benefit the community. In that regard, I'm sort of a like mind. I kind of think as a placeholder, we're not going to prove anything until we see the details. But I think it says that, we're committed to this community asset.
Well, part of what happened was we had that breakfast meeting with them, and they asked if there was any money that we had for anything that they could have. And Doug at that point said, well, we have that open space money, and so maybe there's something we could do there. And that's when this thing came up. And there wasn't even there was the Evelyn Hudson Memorial that they had put on the table, and they had 3 or 4 other things they were throwing at us. So this has never gelled into anything. It's just morphed around. And so I don't think we're stopping it forever and making it go away. I think we're just putting the brakes on. Or that's what I would That's where my head's at, Peggy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can say we really like this idea. And we thought you were going to be taking action on it, and you didn't. And so it doesn't seem like it's that solid in your head. We want to keep an open mind about it, but we want to take, we're not committing money right now until we actually see a plan. Maybe that will encourage them to get a plan together.
Okay, are we, Bruce?
Well, but the only other thing was they didn't go forward with it because they were pending legal interpretation of what could be done versus they had been charging a fee. So the logic of them getting rid of the fee in order to advance this thing is sort of the consistent thread. I think that's why it didn't occur originally.
And it also hasn't occurred because they didn't like the consultant that they hired and what the project was.
Yeah,
and
but
now
that's
they're
not
going back
unheard
to-
of either, though.
Oh, certainly not. Another, one way that you could still, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
One way, if you want to meld the concern about the messaging, the original request was for $250,000 for the actual garden. Just so you
I'd be
can
okay
change
with
that
it.
number.
If you folks want to roll it back to
250,000.
250 and
Jerry?
it's a better support, that's okay.
Jerry?
At this point, I just don't want to fund it at all. I think just because there's money available doesn't mean we have to spend money. I mean, they don't have a project, and just because there may be some money available, we just don't have to spend it. I'm having a little trouble wanting to support something where we were willing to support it evidently last year. Things didn't happen for reasons, but now we're going to say, hey, let's even add to it. I would just soon move on.
Okay, let's, an affirmative raise will support the funding to Hudson Gardens in the amount of $400,000. If you support it, raise your hand. 3 to 4. 4? 3 yays, 4 noes. And I will say that we will work on proper messaging to them. 28.
Does council support environmental program improvements along the South Platte Park? We're proposing $200,000 open space fund. We have 3 identified projects in there. There's some tree planting on the east side of the park, north of the Carson Nature Center. This would be to put a substantial amount of mature trees, and I'm going to forget the name of the apartment complex.
Alta at Aspen Grove.
Thank you. There are some restroom improvements that are tied in with a project that South Suburban is planning adjacent to, Councilman Taylor, help me on green number.
7. Actually, it's the 7th tee box at the golf course, and they said today they will expect more trail users to use that restroom, which already has a water tap, than actual golfers.
And then some additional funding to the South Suburban Parks Foundation. And there's certainly some discussion that staff has had about how we fund that, to what extent, and making sure that council understands how those open space funds are being used, kind of in the heels of the conversation that you just had.
And if I could just add to this, Michael briefly mentioned the tree planting. The tree planting objective is to put in a natural fence, a natural visual break from the trail to Alta, for all the obvious reasons. This is a this idea germinated with Susan Beckman and myself having a conversation about it. And so this will go to South Platte Working Group to get matching funds. The idea is to do probably a 5 to 10 year plan for planting, because we're looking at putting in a substantial amount of trees, and they'll need to go in over a period of years, just because you don't want to plant them at different times. So it'll be an ongoing project for that. So just to give a little update there. Did you have a question, Joe?
Well, I'm just going to make a comment. I believe we've got appropriated funds for 2012 that we have not spent yet, that could start some of that. Start some of that planting in certain parts maybe this fall, and tie that in with the planting that's going to be done on the east side of the trail, just to the south of Prince Street. There's some east side planting's going to come in by contractor, and expand that contract to do some planting this year, this fall, by just expanding the contract we've already got going.
That is correct. There is unexpended funds.
We got a little over 50,000 left for that.
I just need more knowledge on C, because South Suburban Parks Foundation is also in another policy question. Just what kind of money are we talking about, and what kind of things, Jim, just for C?
We ended up giving them last year $20,000 going to their administrative fund, and I was told they were going to submit another request for $20,000 for 2013.
And that is correct.
Is that what they did? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions? Council, do you approve supporting the environmental program improvements along South Platte Park for $200,000 out of open space? Affirmative, hand up. Unanimous.
Policy question 29, does council support funding the South Suburban request for Phase 2 of the South Platte River Enhancement? The council, you're aware that we've already funded Phase 1 of that. I believe.
Partially funded.
Partially funded, yes. Sorry.
Urban drainage,
It's fully funded, but we have partners.
Urban Drainage District, South Suburban, and us. That project has been awarded to a contractor. As a matter of fact, we're meeting next week with the contractor to move the project forward to construction this fall and winter. The $500,000 in number 29 would appropriate funds for next year's South Platte River enhancement, with urban drainage again taking the lead on it.
Is there any implication to this set of projects from either the drought or the Army Corps Chatfield EIS letter or process that we're involved with? Is there no negative implications?
We've had that conversation at the Chatfield discussions, and both heard from, I believe, Urban Drainage and South Suburban, and Scott is kind of the lead on that side.
Deal.
Yeah, regardless of what happens, this is something we need to do. And in fact, our efforts on the river at this point to do what we do are supporting our efforts to improve the flow on the other level we're working at. So,
I think doing this will improve the flow through there,
all right.
regardless of what happens.
Okay. Are we ready? Hands up.
I have a question.
Peggy?
I was looking for where the actual request is in the back.
And Doug just reminded me that this came in late, and this is the one dollars that is actually not in the budget that you have.
Okay, so
So-
what I was looking at for about the fourth time today
That would explain why you couldn't find it.
was 500,000 supporting for something, now I can't remember what, related to the South Park, and said, we would love to have your support, but we're confident we can get it from somebody else, something to that effect. And that wasn't this. And I'm trying,
Not
you
that I'm
know,
aware
like
of,
crazy trying to find where I read that. Does anybody remember?
Was it
that?
Phase 1? Was it Phase 1?
No. It was.
Well, let's vote on this one, though.
Okay.
If you look at
I have a question.
page 236 addresses this item in more detail.
Phil?
On the page 221, Doug, the projected end-of-year fund balance for the open space fund, is that reflective of not expending the money with Hudson Gardens? Or does that have the Hudson Gardens still as a placeholder?
That would be not expending it in 2012, but a 2013 appropriation.
Okay.
And as we're talking about, that 500,000 would have to come out of the fund balance figure on the previous page, because it is not part of the 2013 proposal right now.
But everything else we've talked about is already reflective in that
Everything,
2013.
all of the other policy questions are funded in the proposed budget, yes.
Any other questions?
So clarify, so Charlie, on 236, that's where I saw, and that relates to this?
Yeah, that's the 500,000.
Okay.
That's the backup material on the South Suburban request saying We want 500,000.
The enhancement, right?
Yep.
And it says in there, estimated cost, total cost of the remainder of the project is around $3 million. South Suburban can likely find grant funders to help save the river, but $500,000 for matching would show firm commitment to completing the project. So if they can likely find it, why do we want to take that money, at least right now, to do it?
We have to match money. For example, they get GOCO funds. We have to match. Any urban drainage money has to be matched 50-50 with them as well. They manage the project, but without a local portion in it, urban drainage or GOCO won't participate in that either. So
have they
maybe
just
it's not explained well in here, Peggy, but
Well, that's all right then. I mean, I just was trusting that they explained it the way they thought they should, but you're thinking that they didn't.
you have to have a local contribution in order. We own that
That's
property.
fine. I mean, I was thinking, when I saw the request,
Yes.
before I got to the back, yes. Then I saw that.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready to not vote.
We're ready to vote. An affirmative. Hand raise will support $500,000 on Phase 2 of our South Platte River enhancements. Unanimous. Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break and then come back and talk about sewer.
We still have some more of Charlie's stuff.
I know, it's the sewer rate issues, so there may take a little longer. So we'll take a 20-minute break. Charlie, don't go anywhere.
They shouldn't take any longer, but.
Okay.
council support a 2% utility rate increase, and we'll go into some detail with Doug and Charlie. One of the things I just want to point out, which may or may not have been as clear as could have been in here, is that we are undertaking at the plant a 5-year capital evaluation of need that's coming up. We do not have that information now, so we know that, for example, in the nutrient world, that there are some major costs that are coming up, but we really felt that we need that plan in place in order to be able to defend any multi-year proposal that we would come forward. And that 2% we felt was a good number to move us in a direction, but not be so substantial that without the information and to be able to defend that, it was a safe place to be. And Inglewood is looking at a 4% number for their rate increase. Now, they have obviously a different number of users. They may have a different approach to this, but that's the background I wanted to give you. And Charlie and Doug, if you have anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, Council, staff has undergone an internal rate study analysis and 5-year projection model over the last 3 or 4 years, and so this is something that some of the council members have seen this before. Some of them, it might be new. We have a summary of this analysis on page 1. Page 2 are some of the assumptions. Some of the major assumptions are very little tap growth for next year, so very little extra accounts, added accounts to our user base. We do have the preliminary treatment plant operational budget and their capital requests, and so those are incorporated in the 2013 projection as far as expenditures. And as Michael alluded to, Inglewood has, they have a board that's proposing a 4% annual increase over the next 3 years, and that will have to go to their council for approval, but that is what their recommendation is. And next year they will take a look at a plant master plan, and so we don't know exactly what the plant's capital needs are, what they're projecting for that. So we wanted to incorporate a 2% annual increase starting next year to all users to start incorporating some of those capital need costs into the budget, because we would hate to come away a few years from now with a large increase, and we thought a more incremental approach would be a better approach for the users, and 2% would be a better inflationary cost to handle rather than a large increase. Anything you want to add to that, Charlie?
I did talk to the districts about a proposed increase, and they do support this position.
Thank you. And of course, this maintains our, we have some debt coverage requirements that we have to maintain at 1.10, and council's policy of maintaining a $7 million ending cash balance, that's been incorporated here. So those are the other couple of major assumptions that staff wanted to maintain. And we'd be happy to answer any other questions.
And before we do, Charlie, do you know when we anticipate that the master plan will be completed?
We are selecting a consultant right now. There were 2 proposals. I would suspect the completion of that report by late spring next year, and that'll give us a feel for long-term investment, including some of the changes for nutrients and things of that nature.
Thank you.
So
Bill?
when is that going to be done?
Probably late spring of next year.
Bill?
Yes. At various times, we've had a discussion or a possibility around an operational audit at the facility. Is that something that's included in this, or is that a separate discussion?
Operational audit at the sewer plant? No, that is not included in this.
Is there any operational consideration that goes into that capital need projection?
They will be looking at all pieces of existing equipment to determine their lifespan and when those pieces should be replaced. And the supervisory committee will get that. Michael and I serve on that committee. But that is probably the only operational points that will be presented. I don't think they're going to be looking at things like computer programming or anything of that nature, if that answers your question, Councilman.
We are going to be having that joint study session coming up, I believe, in November, so it's an opportunity to, if that's something that our council desires and bring it up with them, the Inglewood Council, and see if there's support to move something like that forward.
Bruce?
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying as far as not having the data, but without trying to be melodramatic about the whole thing, if this council's given direction to take more or less any and all measures we can to push back on the state nutrient reg issue, because if we have to implement conservatively, I mean, even if it's, you know, you've seen numbers that are 9 figures, and even if, you know, it's not 100 million or 200 million, if it's 50 million, we're going to fund it with some sort of debt, and then we're going to have to roll that through to the existing customers. And in order to get to either, my understanding was for the 15 or 14 permit, we're probably not too far out of bounds, but certainly for 22, there's major issues. If we honestly think, despite our best efforts, that that is going to be a reality, I think we're looking at a runway issue here where instead of people's rates being stepped up at a very large rate, there's a conversation we need to have about, does it make sense to be at the 4%, 5%, 6% level, which is going to be a nasty rate increase for a lot of people. But if we truly don't think we can get out of the nutrient
I think where we
dilemma,
where we stand is we don't think we can get out of the renewal component, more in that $50 million range, whatever that, don't quote me on that number. You know, it's anyone's guess by the time we get to the 22, which is really going to be a 2024, 25 renewal period. And
yeah, but I mean, if we're talking literally about $100 million for the sake of an argument, I mean, I think you guys can run those numbers and sort of see what the shortfalls. Take your chart up there, and instead of general fund, put sewer utility fund on it when it gets from positive to negative, only worse.
If you would like to increase this percentage,
I don't know how much.
well, that's what we struggle with as well, because we don't have.
No, what I'm saying is I'd hate to, if it is in fact true, and if there is, you know, we exhaust every opportunity to try to negate the thing for all the right reasons, because it's bad public policy, in my opinion. If we can't, I kind of think it makes, in the long run, it's better theoretically to have a slightly higher rate sooner because you've got more time to accrue the money you're going to need. Notwithstanding, nobody wants to engage in sticker shock. Nobody wants to do 6 or 8 or 10% because we know what that's going to do to ratepayers. But I think from a fiduciary responsibility perspective, if we don't have that conversation, we're missing an opportunity to start collecting the money that's going to be needed to pay the ridiculous sums of money that need to be expended to do something that's not going to, you know, this isn't going to accomplish what they think it's intended to accomplish.
Yeah. So what we'd be talking about is potential maximum 1-year delay in putting that forward, because as you heard, we will have that comprehensive needs analysis, which is more than just nutrient, because there are obviously other capital needs that are out there. And part of, I think, the policy conversation for the council is you're asking the current users of the system to pay for something that they may not even be here for. So there's not an immediate return. If I have to pay more as a ratepayer for something that's going to happen in 2025, I'm paying for an infrastructure that I'm not going to actually be a beneficiary of. Just throw that on the table in terms of there will be people who will be concerned about that. Separate from how you decide on a policy.
I agree, but the alternative is, you know, jacking people's rates up in 2025 from X to 100% more.
Triple Y, yes.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I'm just.
And it was the same issue with the water fund a number of years ago. I mean, people paid in for the water fund before the contract with Denver Water was initially brokered. Mm-hmm. And then when it came time to debate whether or not it made any sense to rebate the fund, you know, nobody could figure out who was there that paid in the first place because there wasn't a record. I get all and that's part of the problem with big infrastructure.
Correct. Well, and maybe a place that you want to go is at 4% to match what Inglewood's doing right now, because they are having the same conversation of not knowing what that capital needs is. And I would anticipate that's why that committee didn't recommend some large numbers, because that information is going to be coming. And, relatively speaking, does a year in this long-term process make a substantive difference? And we don't have the answer. We will. I mean, there is no crystal ball to say we will fail. It doesn't mean that the next president will take a different approach with EPA and how different things happen, or subsequent presidents, because we're a ways out.
Jim?
Well, until I moved 2 years ago, I paid my sewer bill to Inglewood. And whenever you say they're going 4%, there were a number of years there where my sewer bill did not change one iota. And here in Littleton, we were voting for sewer increases on a percentage, and they didn't do that in Inglewood. So Inglewood at 4% could just be trying to catch up now. I don't know what they've done the last 2 years, because I didn't get a sewer bill. But before that, it stayed pretty flat. So that 4% could be, they're just trying to get caught up.
Yeah, and I was throwing out a number because we have no other real number to pick, and so how they rate themselves versus how we rate themselves are not apples to apples, obviously.
Bill?
If we take the model that's presented and we start to take a look at the operational expenditures, one of the things that the model has in it is that there's something in excess of a 2% increase. It's more like 2.75% after you kind of blend off the 5 to the 3 to the 0 cost increases in taking a look at the model. And so
you are impressing me with your math skills without a calculator in front of you. So
much so that you had a conversation.
I was telling my finance director he's doing it without a calculator. Sorry for the digression.
So, anyways, it's something that's north of 2%. Whether it might be 3% to try and match some of the model, and expecting that that's going to be some of the increasing costs over time, and we buy into the model. I look a little bit to the supervisory committee, because I think that's probably some place where the sources of the model come from. Is that something that's been vetted and sees as reasonable? Because it is looking at a 5% per year increase in personnel costs, which is, wouldn't that be nice for our employees too? Hence the question around the operational audit.
And actually, for 2013, the operational budget that the treatment plan is presented is actually a little bit lower than 2012 budget. So those assumptions on page 2 really are for the out years.
Yeah, I know it's for the out years. That's what I'm saying. If we look at the trajectory going forward, it's something north of 2% per year when they start to blend it. That's in part the reason for some of the operational audit too, so to be considered.
I guess a question on the CapEx side, and I agree with you, Phil. I mean, I think we should, scrub these numbers and make sure everybody's, in agreement that this is, optimized. I kind of assume at some level, well, I'm not going to assume anything because we just don't have visibility. Yeah, so, I mean, but, are there optimization things that could be done in here from a plant operations perspective? It's certainly a valid question to sit down and work through with the staff. But again, on the capital side, I mean, even if you made a range of assumptions based on what we know today, and we have some information, we don't have.
We've got relatively good data on the renewal costs.
Fine, even that alone, or ranges of data on the capital expenditure side, I'd be interested in seeing what the cash flows look like and what the percentage rates fall out as a result of that, if we want to stay somewhere in the realm of, cash flow neutral on debt service and operations. Because you're going to assume you're going to borrow the money, but once you do, you've got debt service.
Mm-hmm.
Jim?
Doug, or Charlie, can you, under the expenditures, debt service for a 2013 project, what's the thinking behind that?
That was just a placeholder. We don't have anything projected in there right now.
Yeah, because you got zeros all the way across the board.
So let me, taking Councilman Stallman's comment, and knowing that this actually does not have, because this requires an ordinance for this, maybe if council supports looking at an increase greater than 2% based upon looking at the capital to the extent that we can model a few capital proposals, why don't we do, if council says yes to that, then when we return, and we'll probably do as this study session first prior to bringing the actual ordinance forward, but I think we could get it done by the end of the year and in time for 2013, but say yes to an increase, and then we would come back at a study session, and then obviously the subsequent ordinance based upon whatever happens at that point. And whether we merge them together as study session and ordinance just from a timing standpoint and logistics of how we have to schedule it.
Bruce?
I'm not trying to be contrarian. This is the first time I've seen this, so I have a lot of questions.
First time you've seen,
What's been
sorry.
handed out.
Okay.
So I'm not comfortable making a decision on something that was handed, this evening. And so I do see the need for a study session to begin to understand this and the other issues which I am familiar with and are a tremendous challenge. But I'm not even comfortable making a yes, no, or any kind of decision on something that I've just seen for the first time.
We'll give it back, and then we'll ask you again.
But Bruce, in reality, the question before us is the 2%. And I think what your cohort there to your right is talking about is something that we have.
That's the bad Bruce.
This is the big percent guy.
Yeah, but that is something that it does need more discussion. But the issue is the 2% that they've got proposed before us.
And I understand it's only, $4 a user kind of, but it's just the idea that, you want to be able to have firm footing to understand why you make a decision, not just whether the decision is significant or minimal.
Most certainly.
Peggy?
Even though we want to have conversation, I will say I'm not in favor of charging people a lot, starting to charge more now for what we know we're going to need down the line, because we're really providing service, et cetera. And as you said, people may not be here. They may die, they may move, they may, who knows what they're probably the two possibilities. I just don't think we should be charging more just to soften the blow later.
So I think what would probably be the best thing here is schedule a study session. Okay, so,
Oh, we did have one. We're okay on time, right?
yeah, how are we?
Without looking, we're running into the holidays here, but.
Well, in the districts, Charlie, because I know I've got a couple districts that call me, they're doing their budgets, and they want to know what we're
Yeah,
doing.
they want to prepare a number for their budget, and they always ask me, what are you doing? And I said, we are suggesting 2%. They need to put something into their budget, which is obviously due at the end of the year as well.
So sooner than later.
We have first reading of the budget on October 2nd. So that means we have one more meeting and
One more study.
one more study session, but our study sessions are pretty full right now. I can look real quick.
Can we
and you
move
all
the
can-
budget meeting? Can we
Sorry?
move
This
that
is separate.
first reading?
No, so hold
Oh.
on. The budget, this was a separate ordinance because the fee is a separate ordinance from the budget. And so you would have a different conversation, but let's, if we could, not try to schedule this evening, but just let's assume that we're going to find a study session time, and even if we have to have an extra meeting, provide us with the direction and we'll make it work. So if you don't want to vote on it tonight, but you want to have a study session, then we'll.
I thought in the past, Charlie, they'd asked to know those figures by October 1.
They've asked, but
Right.
sometimes I haven't been able
No,
to give it to
no,
them.
I know, but so, to try to accommodate as close to that
Yeah,
as we
they
can.
called yesterday and said, what's the nature of the rate increase? I said, well, this is what's being presented, but you don't go to the bank on any of that until you actually approve it.
Okay.
Well,
We'll get on it.
and my discomfort with the issue may be overridden by a vote. So, I mean, I'm just telling you my point of view, and I'm just one of seven, so.
Maybe you ought to just ask the question, and if there's support for 2% right now, we can move forward with that.
Okay.
And do a study session as
Does-
part of that discussion.
Does council support a 2% sewer utility rate increase? Raise your hand if you are voting favorably for that.
Not the ideal thing to do, but we got
2
to
to
start
5.
someplace.
Fails.
So,
And then, okay, go ahead.
so a study session as soon as possible so that so we know what we're doing and we can tell our partners what they're doing. Okay. Policy question 31, does council support a storm drainage utility rate increase of $6 for an annual charge of $30 a year?
Council, I'd like to hand out, Tim, could you do that? This is a listing of literally all the storm drainage projects that we see on the horizon. I'll also tell you, included in this list, we get calls all the time from people saying, my curb and gutter is bad, it should be repaired as a drainage project. We included every single call that we have ever had since we started doing this on this list. And so if you have somebody that called you and said, how come the city hasn't repaired my curb and gutter or my drainage problem, they're on this list somewhere. So that's this document of future projects from January forward. And we tried to predict that out for several years. But as you can see from pages 2 and 3 and 4, these are almost never ending. Let me give you just a second of history here, because the Storm Drainage Utility Fund was created in 1986, which, according to my calculations, is 26 years ago. We have never increased the rates for storm drainage since it was created. I challenge anybody with anything to say in 26 years the rates for charge have never increased.
Our gas tax is going to get there pretty soon.
So we're almost about time, if not way late on this. In addition, EPA is imposing requirements that we anticipate will be implemented in the future regarding storm drainage discharge into the river. Littleton is about as far ahead as we possibly can in accomplishing that goal. The reason I'm giving you this list that was just passed out is that it shows virtually everything we need to do. And this is the light at the end of the tunnel, and the tunnel is very long. Council, as a result, we are suggesting a $6 per year increase for single-family residential properties and a proportional share to commercial and industrial multifamily properties as well, beginning in January of 2013. That would take a single-family resident from $24 a year to $30, or $2 a month to $2.50 a month. And yes, Doug, I did that without a calculator.
I am speechless.
So, Council, that's the proposal placed in front of you, and obviously the first question would be, what are we going to spend the money on? That's why this was handed out. Understanding that Councilman Beckman says this will be the first time I've seen this, I can appreciate it if you would like to discuss this at a future time.
The Beckman factor.
And yes, it does take a separate ordinance similar to the sanitary sewer charges.
Doug?
I just wanted to add that the last 2 years, our audit firm has actually made a couple of comments about the storm utility fund, and they have recommended council to evaluate the rates because of the enormous amount of depreciation in that fund, and looking at the capital needs, it looked like capital was aging because of the depreciation amount.
I just have a quick snarky comment on this.
I heard a quick comment.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I guess I have a bit of a disconnect. I think it's great that we don't raise rates for X amount of years, but I'm sitting here staring at these pages and pages and pages. I get probably one a month a call on stuff like this, and we tell these people all the time when they come down in council, when we've had these conversations before, you're on the list, you're on the list. We were at the event the other night, and some lady came up, had this large issue, and you said, you're on the list, you're on the list. And I think, yeah, that's great if we're not raising the rates, but are we getting the job done? We're not getting the job done. If we need to raise the rates to get the job done, it's not a substantial amount of money, but it makes a lot of difference. And I'd just as soon we not do something like this again. If we've got things that are starting to grow like this because we haven't been, we're not funding it as we should, then maybe we should look at those. Maybe hopefully this is this one
We're
thing
doing
that's...
things differently, Mayor.
Okay, that was my short comment. Bruce?
Charlie, you've got, under your major drainage projects, you've got South Platte River habitat enhancement for basically $500,000 over 5 years. So I don't know what the parameters are, but why wouldn't would that be something we could use the chunk of money from open space fund on, since it is an enhancement of the habitat?
Yes.
So this doesn't need to be storm drainage?
Yes.
Which?
The answer is that this is a duplication of what's in the open space project. This habitat enhancement is actually the South Platte River enhancement project.
We just voted on?
Yes. And this was done separately from that, and I apologize that it's shown twice.
Oh.
Okay, so in reality, that 100 could be taken off.
So we just saved $500,000.
Put it up on the board. Let me point out to you also that in the budget, we are proposing $100,000 in concrete work that would start and make a whole lot of difference on pages 2, 3, and 4. And I think that's what the mayor was referring to. That list, everybody, well, I'm on the list. When do I get done? Since we haven't been funding those projects, the $100,000, you could see would do a whole lot to make this happen. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to start with 1 and go to 12 the first year, because we'd be bouncing all over the city. You want to do this in areas so that you make better use of the money with the contractor. Let me back up to your question, because I answered my own in that process. Yes, this $100,000 is exactly what you described.
So are we moving ahead enough, or should we, heaven help us, should we raise the fee a little more? Could you do more work if we raised it a little more, or this is it?
The answer to your question is yes.
Well, you've got
So,
$5 million worth of projects.
yeah, but look at how many years they're spread over. If you had your druthers, what would you recommend?
What I want to do is recommend enough money for us to do work without having to hire additional staff. I don't want to put ongoing costs on. I can live very comfortably with what we are recommending, and that is a $6 per year increase. and then reassess that again in 2013 for the 2014 budget. But, Council, I feel comfortable that if you increase the fee from 24 to 30 for single-family residential, that we can manage that with existing staff.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's a very critical point, that we don't add personnel in order to do the work.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, let me, this, where is Rangeview Gulch?
Rangeview Gulch starts up in the area of Rangeview Drive, Shadycroft Drive, between Prince and Windermere, flows northwest through the neighborhood north of St. Mary's Church, through a pond that is privately owned called Turtle Lake. It then flows underneath Santa Fe and the railroads, and it enters the river just west of. I thought you have latitude and longitude. I thought I'd take 12 steps, turn right.
Yeah. Where's my map?
You want to know the truth? It goes right through the old Walmart site. How's that?
A little rock, right?
But the rock has an X point painted on it, so we know where it is. Yes.
Well, time to vote, or not vote, whatever.
Yeah. If you don't ask me any more of those, because I'll go from one end to the other.
I get you. I appreciate the knowledge. The Dad Clark Gulch one, I thought that was further south. Is that? I thought Dad Clark Gulch.
The policy question before you is whether you support a utility rate increase of $6 to $30.
Thank you, manager.
Go look at your map.
If you would like a Public Works ride-along, we would be happy to schedule that for you.
After the finance ride along.
Yes, and the IS ride-along.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Just keep going. Fair enough.
You asked the question, not me.
Agreed.
Just calm down here.
In flames.
Okay, Council, do you support a storm drainage utility rate increase of $6 to raise the annual charge to 30? Raise your hand if you're supporting. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
All right, on to community development. So while Glenn is making his way to the hot chair, I'm sorry,
I do
Peggy.
have a question on budget highlights.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we looked pretty good with the window cleaning and cleaning with events. I'm not understanding why we need to do something more frequently when I thought we were looking pretty good as we have been.
So as I believe we had discussed, the majority of that money is actually going into the cleaning for special events. The window cleaning is a small portion of that. And Charlie, do you want to hit anything else on what the cleaning service, you handle that contract on that additional $6,800?
Yeah, Council?
It's on.
Is it on? Okay. Yeah, when I took over with building maintenance, I wanted to concentrate a lot on restrooms and public areas in all the buildings, Littleton Center, Courthouse, the Bellevue Service Center. And so we have upped that quite a bit. And that's exactly what we're doing. People can judge the quality of our maintenance by the cleanliness of the restrooms. That's one of the major issues. Windows are another one, and just general cleanliness. I just felt we needed to ramp that up.
So have you gotten any feedback from people about it? Maybe I haven't been using the restrooms.
I'm the most critical of them all, so I can tell you we're making progress, but are we there yet? No. But we're making progress.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to policy question number 32. Moving in the Community Development Department, does council support contracting profession?
Michael, you didn't remind me of something else
Oh,
for Charlie's area.
Go ahead.
All right.
Well, you got next
Go
year.
ahead.
No, the
Go ahead.
street weeds.
What's that?
I would
Oh,
like.
yes.
I would like us to reinstate spraying weeds in the streets and along the curbs, the street gutters.
So Peggy had asked what the cost was associated with spraying the weeds, as she just said, in the streets and the gutters, and Public Works had taken a look in that, and it was approximately $16,000. And this was post the budget going out, and so I guess if the council wants to consider
at least
putting...
make comment on that? From my perspective, if we are trying to recruit as well as retain businesses and recruit and retain citizens, it's important that we have what I call good city curb appeal, meaning in the broad sense of the image of the city. And there are lots of weeds sprouting up in the cracks that we don't have enough money to fill in the streets and so forth. And I think it's not a place that I think, it's not a way to try to attract what we want to make this really a better, more vital community. And for that amount of money, I think it's a huge investment, a small investment with huge payback.
Jim?
And I agree with Peggy, but the issue that is just as important is the major streets that are controlled by CDOT, because CDOT's not going to come do that. And that's the first image that you get of the city is on Santa Fe, on Bellevue, on Mineral, and the weeds that are growing up in the medians and the sides there. That's part of the impression that people first get to Littleton. And if we can't address that, because CDOT's not going to address it, if we can't address that, I don't see that it's going to do any good to go to a residential neighborhood to try to solve the problem there. But I do agree we've got the weed problem.
Well, I mean, we have some major streets that are our streets, and some weeds are growing either along the curb gutter edge or in some of those streets. And if somebody wants to sell a house and there are weeds coming up in all the cracks on that street, I don't think that's a good image that's going to get people to want to buy the houses there. And that's what we're looking at, is trying to have this neighborhood vitality, and otherwise. And later I'll say something also that relates to the community development area. But for the amount of money, it's a very small amount of money, I think it's a really good investment. I went out a week or so ago and sprayed and I live on a corner, so this was exciting. So I went out finally and sprayed all the weeds all over the place, and by golly, they're dying. But I don't think we can expect everybody to be doing that. They're just...
You said that was exciting?
Yeah.
What was the exciting part?
Well, because you're out in the street and the cars are coming, so...
Okay.
I know. Okay. If there aren't any questions, let's do a show of hands if we support this. Be supporting adding $16,000 to the budget for weed control of public streets and sidewalks. If you're in favor, raise your hand. 5-2.
Okay.
Passes.
Thank you, Council. Okay.
Okay, community development.
Moving on to community development. Policy question 32, does council support contracting professional services to support community and economic development due to increased construction activity and a refocused economic development outreach? And this is broken into 3 areas: the electrical inspector in $19,000, the housing inspector in $17,000, and some additional data entry to assist with economic development staff at $5,000 to do some data entry that we just haven't been able to do. So, Glenn, do you want to add more that's in there?
Well, in the electrical inspection, we do try and keep our full-time staff at a low because the building cycle is so cyclical, I guess. It goes up and down. We are in a peak at the moment. We only have an electrical inspector that's a half-time, full-time employee. And the reason is because that's kind of a specialty. But we do have a number of projects that are actually coming out of the ground right now. I think a total of 5 pretty complicated projects. Most of those will extend into the new year. So we see that we're going to have a demand immediately when we hit 2013. So it's not we're projecting an increase. We know there's going to be an increase in a need for electrical inspections. Also, we've just been speaking to a number of our car dealerships who are talking about expanding and doing major changes as well. So we think we have enough to again, just bolster our current half-time staff person in order to meet the demand. B is our housing inspector. We do want to bolster that with what would be equivalent to a half-time person in a contract basis. Right now, we have a, 2008, the council went to multifamily inspections on a systematic basis. At that point, we added a full-time employee to do those inspections, but that's it. We have one person. Now, we don't send that person out by herself to do these inspections for a lot of different reasons, safety being one of them. So we're taking away code compliance staff to help with the multifamily inspection program. So this is asking for a half-time equivalent contract person to help with housing inspection, but it's really going to benefit code compliance because that person that is helping out will be able to be back in the field doing code compliance work. So we think that makes sense. And then finally, we have gotten a little behind as far as keeping up on our databases of our current businesses. This is a one-shot deal to get us caught up. We have a new economic development director that'll take a load off some of the existing staff. So we think this is really a one-time request.
Questions? Bruce?
I guess I'm concerned about somebody who is part-time, has no real ownership for the city and its goals and its ethics, making decisions out in the world that we're trying very hard to make a positive impression with on a part-time basis. When you have a full-time employee, you train them, you count for them, and they present the image you need. Contract, I'm concerned you get what the next person on the list. So I'm not sure I'm comfortable with contracting somebody for such a sensitive public relations position for the city in the first two, in A and B. I'm just wondering if that's going to be problematic.
I would be less concerned about it relative to the electrical inspection. I think that's a fairly common area, whether it's a private company or a lot of folks, a lot of municipalities contract with the county for electrical inspection and those types of things. So you have that same issue. I guess on the housing inspector, you probably run into a little more of that. What is our culture? What is our feel? It's certainly something we can keep an eye on and be cognizant of as we're going out there and making sure that we've got somebody who understands that to the greatest degree possible and give it a shot and see if it works. This is one of those fluctuating areas, and it is hard to come in and say we want a half-time or a full-time FTE to fund it when it is as cyclical.
Right, and they wouldn't be by themselves. They would always be with somebody who is the full-time employee to supervise and make sure. And if there's issues, we get somebody else. So I think we would be okay.
But it's a good thing for us to be cognizant about, without a doubt.
Peggy?
So I support these, and particularly the B with the inspector for Northeast neighborhood focus. But I think we need probably 1.5 rather than 0.5 or whatever it is that's there. Again, I see this as part of the city's curb appeal to make sure that properties are maintained according to code, houses, whatever we're talking about. Because when I was going door to door last fall, that was apart from people speeding, police issues with speeding. The code maintenance was probably the largest other single issue that people raised with me, that neighbors not maintaining their property. And then again, somebody's looking to buy a property, but they see unmaintained properties around in terms of the code requirements. So I would really like us to increase that another 1.0.
So an additional code enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Bruce?
And I actually, I support what Peggy's saying. I think this is the budget year that's going to affect, the next year, and I think we've got an issue that we can start to get a handle on now or it is only incrementally increasing as far as the code enforcement issues. And I know we're going to have a study session where we're going to talk about maybe some other techniques and et cetera, but I just think we just don't have enough bodies doing code enforcement to get to the level that we need to do to deal with the issues that are out there.
Glenn, real quick, could you just, on that whole thing, speak to the difference between someone going out and suggesting something be done differently from your department, going to a home and doing that, and it actually happening?
Yeah. Well, I think you're talking about potentially, I mean, we've kind of changed our culture a little bit and got away from calling ourselves code enforcement into code compliance, because that's our ultimate goal, is get a property cleaned up and make sure it remains an asset to the community. But once you get into a code enforcement, and I think that's what you're talking about, Mayor, it's a long process. If somebody says, forget it, I don't care, go ahead and take me to court, that's potentially a 60 to a 90-day process. So it's not the most efficient way. The other thing I think that helps build quality in our neighborhoods is to have kind of a two-prong, a carrot and a stick approach. As you see, we've also, in the highlights, we asked for some funds to just go take care of some problems versus always relying on the enforcement route, which is not the most quickest, but that's kind of the judicial process. But is that what you were speaking to, Mayor?
Yeah, I guess I'm just, when you drive through a neighborhood, it doesn't, just because a house looks bad doesn't mean the city hasn't started a process on that.
Correct.
So a lot of that is, my experience is that when I contact Rebecca or anyone in code, within, a half a day to under a day, there's action being taken. Bruce, you had a...
Well, yeah, just same sort of, I'll echo Peggy and Bruce, but I think our existing code enforcement, or code compliance folks are strong. But there's only been 2 of them for how many years?
Jim, do you know? I mean, how long have we been at?
Well, we ran Bob Lindgren, who was the only code enforcement personnel from, I'm sorry. When I started in '86, we only had 1 code enforcement. And it wasn't until we hired Becky in about 10, 12 years ago that we actually had 2. So now we're, we're running with 2.
You do hear broadly in the community a lot of code compliance related issues. I would concur. I think the part-timers you've got coming in on the building permit kind of side of the world is appropriate. We brought up an incremental code person the last few years in the budget, or at least the last couple of years in the budget, and I would support that as well.
Bill?
Rather than throwing bodies at it from the council's perspective, I guess I'd like to charge the staff to come up with at least some sort of presentation. I think whether you refer to it as code appeal, whether you refer to it as code compliance, or and in some of our neighborhoods it's also covenant enforcement, where HOAs might not be empowered at this point in time because they don't have a board. How do we address or see that it gets addressed, which is having the neighborhoods that look in a way that we can feel proud and not have to be in a position to kind of necessarily provide a lot of excuses or anything like that. And so, we talked about it a little bit with the weeds, but I mean, the city can take care of the city's property, but how do we deal with that? And I guess my thought would be rather than throwing bodies at it at the moment without having a thoughtful campaign approach, I turn it back to staff and say, come up with an idea, a campaign that says, how do we get it done right?
Michael and then Jerry.
And that's actually was going to be a lot of my comment as well, is I would not recommend to council that around this table you add an FTE. We vetted whatever that number was, 40 hours, and there were a lot of trade-off conversations about it. And this is one that I've mentioned this in passing when this issue has come up, I would venture to say that if we asked all 7 council members what our code enforcement policy is, how we go about doing it, what the approach is, that there's going to be 7 different answers. So let us get to Councilman Cernanic's term, evenness of information. Let's talk about and get a baseline understanding of what we currently do, because there may be some things that we're doing out there that we don't need to be doing or we can be doing differently, and that resource can be reallocated, or the approach that we're taking can be different so we can accomplish the goals that you have, because I don't think there's any disagreement on it. It's just we haven't vetted that discussion to a point where the solution is 1.0 FTE. It may get there, but let's have the conversation and figure out how we get there. And so we can certainly set that up. This may be one that we want to hold, because we probably won't get this done before the end of the year, and just appropriate additional funds next year if you so desire. The presentation from Longmont that comes in may bring up a whole bunch of different ideas of how to handle. That may require 2 FTEs if that's the direction you go. So I just think that, rather than just jumping on this 1.0, there's other ways to do it, and we haven't vetted the conversation. So he beat me to it, but I support
Jerry and then Jim.
I'm going to piggyback that too, because I think adding staff in the middle of a budget process when it hasn't been asked for, and it's a pretty big task. I think as Glenn started to go, it can take 60, 90 days just for this one house, perhaps. So I think it is better he comes up with a plan that we can look at, see what will the real cost be. Is it 1 person, 1.5, or 2? But instead of just throwing something at it right now, I would rather have a plan if we're going to spend money like that.
And part of this, if I can jump in again, is probably an evaluation of the code, because is the code what you want it to be? Because the code has implications on enforcement and how we handle these issues. So it's obviously an issue for the community and for the council, so we should have a comprehensive discussion about this and all the components of it, and make sure the code's
and we're also looking at probably $75,000 for 1 person. So it's
approximately $62,500. But yes, it will be 75 before long.
It would be 75 before you know it, So if we're looking to get 1 or 2 persons, we're talking, some cash out there. So let's really understand what we're doing here.
Jim?
Well, after we get through all the analysis and get through all the presentations, if we decide we need to have another inspector after our discussions, we can add one mid-year.
Correct, of course.
We can do that. So instead of doing it tonight, I'd rather wait until we get everything, all our ducks in order. Say, is that the way we want to go?
So I respectfully request that we do this as soon as possible after the Longmont
Happy to do it,
persons
absolutely.
come through. I would say that I think every year that I've been on council, we've had an outstanding presentation from code person, 1 or 2, about what they do, how they do it, and so forth. And in my head, again, if we are trying to attract businesses and additional and residents to help make this an even better community, then this is a really important issue. So
I hear you. We're on it.
Okay, so we are on 32. We need a
Correct.
decision, correct?
We need a consensus on 32.
Does council support contracting professional services, an electrical inspector for $19,000, housing inspector $17,000, and a data entry for $5,000? Total of $41,000 of the general fund. Raise your hand if you support it. It's unanimous.
Policy question number, and we will add in the council direction to have a study session on the code compliance, excuse me. Policy question 33, which, by the way, there are 43 policy questions, so how's that? Grab you?
Keep going.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Does council support increasing the Main Street Historic Grant Program from $25,000 to $50,000. So I believe everyone here is aware that in 2012, that number was dropped from 50 to 25. And we are recommending that, and I believe this was supported by the Historic Preservation Board as well, to return that dollar amount, increase that 25 back in there to make it 50.
Hold the question.
Whoops. I've come in.
Called the question.
Do it.
No, when he's like, you can't do that. All right, Bruce and then Peggy.
Move us on, man. Come on.
I tried, Jerry.
Very
Okay.
quick,
Council's got questions. Boy, I'm trying.
a question is, where are we on, we're still in the process of looking at, this is the Main Street Historic District, which may morph a little bit.
Correct.
To be like Main Street plus Alamo plus Curtis. Huh?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
So to the extent that we change the boundaries of the district, it's no problem allocating.
Yes.
Okay. Great, perfect. Great.
Okay, Peggy.
So I don't support this. And the reason I don't is that I read the most recent minutes that we received from the board, and they didn't even give away, award, what they had. So they wound up then giving money to people to paint and do minor repairs and so forth, which are not part of what the grant says it's for. Routine maintenance is supposed to be done by the people, not through grants. So if they didn't this year, if they couldn't get enough people to apply for grants to give away, it doesn't make sense to me to double that amount, not this year. I think if the boundaries expanded, then they'll get more, probably get more applicants, but
They gave it away in prior years.
not for painting, not for
No,
just...
no, 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 they gave the full 50 when they had 50.
I know, but they didn't this time, so maybe the kinds of projects have kind of caught up to the demand supply already is kind of
They can use it to kill weeds.
We, and I could explain that, because there were $23,000 worth of grant requests that, in one case, $15,000 project was pulled by the owner of the property because he lost a major tenant. That was the restaurant downtown where they were going to...
Opus.
Opus, yes. Yes, to redo the facade. So that was $15,000. And then we had an issue with the Masons building, where they actually completed the work before they asked for the grant. So that was $8,000 that we pulled as well. So we would have been very close to the $50,000, or at least meet what we had this time. Now, we ended up with $4,000 left over, which they have used in the past, I guess, for quick painting projects. So that's what we're going to go back out with.
And I would just remind council that you've asked HPB to look at two specific things. One is expansion of the boundaries, but the other was additional incentives. So potentially part of that they would expand what those grant dollars are for. This would give them some money to do that in, and whether or not that you support that or not, but that is another component that they'll be coming to back to the council in the study session on.
Okay, ready to vote? Do you support raising the Main Street Historic District Grant Program to $50,000?
5 to 2.
5 to 2.
Policy question 34, does council support a program to assist Littleton businesses? So at tune of $50,000, and this is essentially, for lack of a better description, a placeholder, because we anticipate that what the new Economic Development Director, along with Glenn and the staff, we will be coming to the council to talk about a grant and/or incentive program for 2013, helping businesses, existing businesses primarily within the city, on things similar to what we just described in the historic area for facade improvements, potentially signage, and landscaping are probably the three. Those aesthetic items that we see, to Councilman Cole's earlier comment, when you're driving down the road, making sure, an example I would give you is Romancing the Bean. There's two signs, one on Littleton, or one on Alamo and one on South Prince. that are not exactly something that you want to write home about. And not that that ultimately will be what it's about, but it's a good example of if you could put some dollars in, maybe small grant dollars that would help them be able to pull the trigger and make those improvements. So, but we don't have a program right now, but we anticipate, based upon the economic development discussions that you guys have had, that it is something that we would bring forward to you.
Call the question.
We can't call a question. Jim?
Well, actually, this is one that I'm not in favor of. I look at having our incentives for joining the historic district very important. Now, if this assisting Littleton businesses were outside of the downtown area, that it were along Littleton Boulevard and Broadway and Santa Fe, places that's not in the historic district areas, then I'd be all in favor of it.
Well,
But
we
that
can
doesn't say
exclude,
that.
so I just gave you a really bad example based upon your concern. But we could exclude the downtown area as a portion of when we bring something back to you. There's no issue, because this really is intended to be outside of downtown.
Okay.
This is, I can't think of it, the Romancing the Bean sign I just happened to see, so it's jumping.
You could pick anything on Santa Fe.
Yeah, okay.
Broadway, Littleton Boulevard.
Yeah.
Those
Jerry?
Yeah, I will support this. I'm really hoping our economic person will really focus over on that northeast portion of our city where it's really getting kind of run down a little bit, and it could use a lot of incentives, I think could be helpful over there. So,
It will come back to you, so.
yeah,
So you
so
guys will have an opportunity.
I'm all
to
for
do
this,
it.
but I really want to see a little bit more emphasis in that part of the city.
Got it.
We all talk about it. Let's really get some stuff over there.
Okay.
Thanks.
And will that come to us for study session or just kind of full-blown?
Probably study session more than anything else. I'm not sure whether it would actually need council approval or not. I'm not sure what it is, what it would be yet, so.
Okay.
Well, we are headed towards probably a half-day workshop on culminating all our economic development
So
learnings.
this would be a component of that, yes.
Okay.
Stallman and I really don't need a real job during the day. You know,
We'll do
All
it on
right.
a weekend.
We'll be able to
On a Sunday.
It's telecommuting.
Yeah, we'll do it on the weekend. Does council support a program to assist Littleton businesses, $50,000 out of the general fund? In favor, raise your hand.
As long as it's not down there.
We will-
Unanimous, with the
we
exclusion
will
of the
make
downtown.
exclusion. That is a good clarification. Policy question 35, does council support increased funding to the South Denver Metro Chamber to provide services that directly benefit Littleton businesses? So, we staff are not there yet with the chamber. We are now awaiting our third iteration of their proposal, because we historically had paid approximately $9,000, maybe it was $12,000, I'm not going to remember off the top. I'm sorry?
Was it 8?
8, all right, I was close. And what they had originally proposed to us, because I think this is a question that several of you have had, was kind of the generic list of items that a private business would want. Banners, names on the back, names up at whatever event that they're having, banquet tables, access to conference room space that they have, those types of things. So we came back to them and said, that's not what we need. We are a government agencies. We are looking for what service you as a chamber would provide specifically to Littleton businesses that will benefit them, whether they are chamber members or not, because we, in essence, would be using our public funds to hire, if you will, the South Metro Chamber of Commerce to do something in our business community that would benefit them. So they came back with their first iteration, which was not much more specific than continuing to have banquet tables and banners, that they left that in. But it was getting closer. So we have now sent them away and basically saying, we think that X number of specific seminars, for lack of a better description, that are focused on specific different business types. So take retail, for example. Take small retail. Figure out, because they should know what the needs of the small business, retail business would be. say that's, I'm just going to make this up, but say it's developing a business plan. Well, they ought to come out, and they ought to come into Littleton, and only Littleton businesses can come and have a, whether it's a breakfast or a lunch or whatever works for those businesses, and come out and talk to those businesses about how to develop a business plan. So I would anticipate that at the end of the day, we'll be able to develop or have a proposal from them that is worthy of no more than $15,000. We're just not there yet. I told them we would go ahead and put this proposal in the budget, but we are continuing to work on this. Whatever that ends up being, we would obviously bring back to the council, but there's nothing that we're comfortable at this point doing. I think they're struggling a little bit because we are not a normal business, and we are asking them to do something on behalf of our dollars.
Bill?
Yes, I'm going to be supportive of this with the condition that staff finds it acceptable on what they come back with their proposal. I know that John Brackney and Jeff Howell, and Jeff Howell was the state's economic development director, are on this. Jeff is actually in charge of the project.
Correct.
So we're getting some pretty high-powered thought and access on this. So I think we will get our dollars worth, is my personal opinion. I think holding their feet to the fire on some of this, but this is, the South Metro Denver Chamber is the Littleton's Chamber of Commerce. In that we have a pretty good history with them. I think they're looking at the economic health of the city, and I think having specific plans for the businesses that are here in Littleton and bringing that value so that some of the folks that aren't necessarily affording membership in the chamber, we're interested in those, in those businesses doing well, and to the extent that some of this can pay off. But I'm supportive of this, and I think it's heading in the right direction with the contingency that it's vetted with staff on that.
Bruce?
I do have a hand up too, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Go for it.
Okay, cool. I do have a little concern with these guys, because I know when our downtown group wanted to do the Taste of Littleton, or whatever it's called, they didn't get any cooperation, is my understanding.
Wild.
That was
Wild on.
Wild on. That's my understanding. So I do have some reservations because they don't hold all the cards here. So that would be where my reservation lies on this. I would expect them to cooperate with our Littleton merchant groups as well.
What do we spend on, this is $15,000 of incremental funding, so the amount we spend on them today is? $8,000.
It's $7,000 incremental.
Okay. I like John, I think John Brackney's and Jeff Howell are very professional individuals. They strike me very much as regionalists, which is wholly appropriate at their level. And I think they support the South Metro. I think when it comes to focusing more specifically on businesses in a narrower bandwidth, that there's sort of, it's a round peg in a square hole kind of thing. It's not that they can't do it, but I think what you guys are seeing is it's just they're not really set up to do what you're trying to get them to do.
You are accurate, and they will tell you that.
Yeah.
Because Jeff's the one we're working with on this, and he'll readily acknowledge that.
Yeah. Now, and what they did, I mean, in terms of interviewing the existing businesses, and we've done a number of these interviews where we've gone out and said, hey, appreciate you being here. What can we do better? That's great, but I'd rather, I'd sort of see us use this $15K, for example. I'm not sure where we are on the web marketing or web enhancement project, but I think there's more bang for the buck in other arenas.
Okay.
My 2 cents.
Jim?
Well, I think we would make a very critical mistake if we didn't help fund the South Metro Denver Chamber of Commerce. That's statement one. Statement two concerns what Jerry said, and my understanding, Jerry, is that South Metro didn't have the figures to give because they had individual businesses who were paying out money to do the Wild when the chamber was doing it that never flowed through the chamber's coffers, so they didn't know how much money, so they couldn't give the information to the downtown merchants, is what I was told.
Peggy?
And Phil, help me with this. There is a group that's been meeting, 3 times now, for Littleton merchants down at Delicio's. Next time is in October, right, I think. And so they are trying to reach out and start engaging, building a base there. It's not laying out exactly what you're doing here, but I'm assuming that's where they're trying to get a base going, that they can do some things.
So 2 comments on that. One is it's not really a chamber-led thing. They have one person who is, and I can't think of her name, but Francesca, who is working a portion of time in that. And they've also made a determination that it's not just Littleton businesses now. So they have opened it up to
Since
Sheridan.
the last meeting? 'Cause they
And
didn't-
Inglewood. I'm on the executive, I'm a non-voting member on the executive board of that. And John Brackney was at that meeting and said, should we open it up and broaden it beyond? So other folks beyond Littleton can participate in that. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's just, it gets to this issue of their charge is regional in the approach.
They did help me
But that
with
is
this.
not what we're paying for.
Well,
That
I
is
know,
a
but-
separate
So Phil,
activity.
help me on this. The last meeting, they made it quite clear that people could attend, like people way out at Wadsworth and maybe Kipling or something, that they could attend, but the intent was to focus on incorporated Littleton.
And that's probably an accurate statement, but it was made very clear that it is not limited to Littleton businesses. And my belief in the approach I'm taking, unless the council directs me otherwise, is that if we're going to spend Littleton monies, then we should be getting a direct.
Exactly.
If we have a brown bag lunch, we're not paying so that somebody from some other community can come and learn how to do a business plan or whatever that might be.
So can I ask a different way of approaching it? Do we necessarily need to deal with the chamber on this, as opposed to perhaps bring in people from ACC, the business area, and some others who can talk to people about how to do a business plan?
There's certainly others that can do it. I mean, our staff alone used to do a lot of these
Right.
brown bag lunches. But to Councilman Taylor's earlier comment, I mean, they are, or maybe Phil said it, they are our Chamber of Commerce, and there is a tie. I mean, if nothing else, when the call comes into Denver for a business that wants to relocate here, it flows through, legally, it flows through the South Metro Chamber of Commerce, and they put the word out to us. And so to the extent that the chamber also doesn't have a membership due, like in the past, I'm going to make up the number, but it costs $2,000 to join to join the chamber based upon our business size. They've gone away from that, and they're essentially doing individual contracts with their businesses. And so what they're doing with us is very similar to what they're doing with others, which is what service delivery do you need? As Bruce pointed out, we're just not what they're normally expecting to do. So we could certainly expand beyond this. We're trying to find and give them an opportunity to be our core partner in this so we can justify expending whatever the dollar amount ends up being. But yes, there's a multitude of opportunities of bringing in experts in a ton of different fields, either on top of this or in lieu. But I think we need to be cautious to not partner with them in some fashion.
Jim and then Phil.
Council, over the past year or so, we've worked very hard to get rid of the label that Littleton is closed for business. You will send a major message to the greater community if you fail to fund the South Metro Chamber that we've funded for years and years and years.
No, but that's not what we're talking.
Oh, but it is.
No, we're still, the 8,000 is in the budget.
Well, 15's in the budget.
It's just making sure we get our.
Yeah, 15 is in budget, it's a 7,000 increase. So this is the whole relationship. And I'll go back again. I believe they will come back with a value proposition that the staff will find, and I'll let them vet it, that's going to be valuable for Littleton's existing businesses. But part of this investment is also our connection with the chamber on, as folks are looking at possibly relocating to the Denver metro area, that we're going to be on the agenda and have that relationship that says, hey, we have some potentials in this, and we are part of that, that mix in those conversations. And, if we take this out, and I kind of shudder with some of that, because I'll agree with Jim on some of that message.
I second that. Let's do a non-vote.
I would just say that if we come back and say what we believe is a fair contractual amount at $13,000, that's what we'll present to you guys.
Just a quick.
What was that again?
That we may not find $15,000 worth of value in what they're ultimately proposing to us. We may come back and say what we've agreed on contractually that they're going to provide to Littleton businesses is $13,000, $11,000, whatever we agree upon.
Okay.
But I would concur with Phil. I think at some point we're going to get to a level that we will get a benefit for our businesses through our partnership with the chamber.
Just my only comment is I guess I would lean on the lower versus the higher. I'd rather see us, if we need to give them $2,000 so we're a member of the chamber is great. I'm not seeing the value coming back out of it. I've been in business in Littleton for 10 years and have never had, the only occasion has been some random bump-ins, and then it's not been much support at that point. I haven't seen a lot of support with Littleton. I've seen them come down here and ask us repeatedly for more money for things. I haven't seen them contribute to our economic development. I heard them say, well, now that you guys aren't closed for business, we're here to help you. And I was just aghast at that comment. And that comment was made a couple of months ago. So I'm not seeing this big partnership. I sure don't see a $15,000 partnership. And I certainly think that having staff spending the amount of time to have these guys go back and forth trying to figure out how to find a value here may be an indication that there probably isn't. And if they're struggling as much as they are, we may be asking them to do something they can't do. So I would suggest the lower the better, and if there's extra left over, we're pretty good at putting on events too. So that's my 2 cents.
Call the question at 15.
No, we can't call the question.
If you could, I would second that.
Okay. 35, does council support increasing funding to the South Denver Metro Chamber to provide services that directly benefit Littleton businesses? Cost not to exceed $15,000.
Hopefully less.
That is all of us.
Policy question 36. Does council support hiring a consultant?
Consensus on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to,
Did you just wake up over there?
not to exceed and hopefully lower. She was in her happy place.
Well, y'all were going to say no, I thought.
That's been your intention.
I written down no and then went to my happy place.
Does policy question
Jim
30?
and Phil were persuasive in their enthusiasm.
Does council support hiring a consultant to produce that's not supposed to say rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it? Rehabilitation design, I'm getting tired. Design guidelines for the Luthen Historic District, Louthen, yes.
Now you are tired.
Yes. I was in my happy place for a while.
I want to get to my happy place.
I know. We're moving.
Doing that Frisco.
$25,000 out of the general fund. And we had received a question on the, help me out, Glenn, the other historic Arapahoe Hills, which we believe is of a substantially different architectural style, and it is really our goal, as we've put in, I think we put in here, that our hope is that we would use this set of design guidelines as a template should other historic districts come in. And we are assuming that we would get a grant for half of this. And so the total cost is $25,000 with a grant application of up to $12,500.
This request did actually come from residents of the neighborhood who saw the Arapahoe Hills design guidelines and said, hey, what about us? We're a historic district in Littleton. As Michael mentioned, I think because of the architectural styles very similar to other parts of Littleton, there would be some exportability with these design guidelines. And again, we wouldn't be using more than $12,500 of Littleton money to do this.
Glenn, I was at part of a meeting where they did this sort of thing for the Aberdeen Village area. How does that fit into this?
Well, actually, Aberdeen Village was some real general, I forget what they actually call it, a picture book or a pattern book, so that if you are doing improvements to Aberdeen Village, here's the type of windows you should use. I think here it would be very specific to this architectural style. Aberdeen Village is kind of similar to Arapahoe Hills in some ways. It's a little bit of a cross between, but similar idea. In this case, these design guidelines would be used when they actually go for a certificate of appropriateness. Because anybody does a major improvement to a house in the Loughton district, they have to go before the HPB. So this is what the HPB would use as guidance for approval.
Okay. I will just tell you that in being involved with the National League of Cities, there are pattern books being developed all over the nation that are very successful.
I just have one bit of news that I just heard is Arapahoe Hills, we did put in for a national register, and they did receive that today. We got notification that
Good.
they are on the national register.
So Jim, are you suggesting that there's other ways that we can do this? Is that what that, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
But there are examples out there.
Okay.
Questions? Phil?
Glenn, with this, the text here suggests that there's a possibility of a 50% grant on this. What's the likelihood of that?
Well, we think actually pretty good. We haven't requested money in a while, and we move up the list. And we have an area here that's already received designation, at least from us locally. So we think we have a pretty good opportunity.
And this is one that you could put a condition that if we don't get the grant, we need to come back.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
Yes.
That's our intent.
My suggestion is that it would be a 12.5 net with the contingency that there be a matching grant.
Got it. Colin, question?
No, I have a question. And we can't call it a question. Did
trying
we
to be
pay for
supportive.
the Arapahoe?
I second him too.
Did we pay for the Arapahoe Hills one?
We matched with some printing costs and staff time.
With a grant.
With a grant.
How much was that?
I think it was a similar amount.
Printing cost and staff time, $25,000?
I don't know if it was that much. But I think that's...
Wow.
That's a lot more houses, isn't it?
It's a bigger area, yep. And it is, that was actually a little bit more expensive because it is a unique architectural style that the neo-modern area, there isn't a whole lot to borrow from. So it was kind of a original piece of work were those design guidelines.
I went out and testified before the State Historic Preservation Board in favor of that.
Well, my issue isn't that Arapahoe Hills did it and that we have these historic districts. I guess my concern is that we're paying, that we would help fund a consultant to produce a rehab design guideline for them. They all own their homes. They wrote it into the district. What is our financial obligation?
our benefit would be easier work for the historic preservation, because they would have to, any change to the facade would be before HPB. And this would be the document they would use to help them reach a decision. So if there's a benefit to us, it'd be a quicker, better decision with more guidance.
Okay.
We wouldn't have to pay our board members as much.
Any other questions? Okay. Does council support hiring a consultant to produce a rehab design guideline for the Latham Historic District, $25,000 with a matching fund, or a grant?
Conditional, yeah.
Conditional.
Net 12.5.
12.5. Show of hands says yes.
What again, I'm sorry?
12.5.
Show of hands says yes. 6-1.
Sir?
I did.
Policy question 37, does council support hiring a consultant to prepare a parking model and management plan for downtown and a not to exceed of $75,000?
Call the question.
All right, moving on to policy question 38.
Okay. Is there any
I don't
discussion?
even get a shot at it. I've got a bet with Wendy here.
Does council support hiring a consultant to prepare a parking model and management plan for downtown? $75,000. Raise your hand if you're supporting.
Excellent.
Fails.
Really owed is 7.
I was
Wow.
going to be by myself.
Use the money to buy something that you can
Buy spaces at Rinky's for
Does
that.
count? All right. Come on, you guys. Does count? Yes. Does council support?
That was only about a fifth of what he asked for.
Does council support funding economic development, database, data sets, and licenses in the tune of $115,000, of which whatever 115 minus 35,430 is existing database service contracts? So we're asking for essentially an additional $35,430 for some additional
This is
database management.
basically what was
This is
used for
economic gardening, yes.
Okay.
Yep, so that differential, whatever that is to maintain the existing database management that we have in economic gardening. And the economic development staff are suggesting that we can enhance our service delivery with the additional $35,000, and Glenn is prepared to explain what that
Right.
actually is.
And this additional amount is
To
something
be
that
paid
maybe,
by business license fees. Sorry, that was a side comment.
maybe some of you saw this previewed at the CML conference last year. It's a company by the name of Buxton Customer Analytics. So with the idea that perhaps our charge is going to change a little bit to include more outreach, this would give us a great tool to identify the needs in our community, create a good case to go out and actually touch base with whatever that retailer is. For instance, with Mind Mixer, one of the things we've learned is a real desire from a number of people to see a natural foods type grocer in the city. Well, this tool would allow us to kind of analyze some sites, build a good case that we have the market area that supports that specific business, and then be able to present that to the company and hopefully bring them into our community. So,
Call the consensus.
Okay.
If you could.
Any questions, Bruce?
Just to avoid confusion, this is not implementing that discussion that we had at a study session about service, keeping track of service providers in the community who do not have business licenses, in that discussion, which we had at a study session. This is totally different. This is.
Correct.
yes.
There's no relationship, because there's no decision over there. Okay, good. Does council support funding economic development database data, sets and licenses, general fund, $115,000? All, yes.
Council, thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
On to library and museum services, policy question number 39. Does council support purchasing an upgrade to the library's primary collections software system out of the capital projects fund for a tune of $14,180?
Call the consensus.
Do we have any questions for Tim? Tim, do you want to give us a
Well, I'll
little?
just make a couple of quick comments. Michael summarized it perfectly. This, if you're looking at the major systems of the library, this would really be sort of the brain of the library. This is the primary platform for our integrated library system. It is significantly upgraded from the last version that we have now. Sadly, it's kind of a need to do, not a have, or a have to do, not a want to do. It is one of those upgrades that is mandatory, and they are no longer going to be supporting the platform that we're on right now. The good news on that, though, is that we did vet this last year and decided not to put it in, try to put it in the 2012 budget. By going to 2013, we had an opportunity to give the vendor a chance to shake out some of the bugs that they were having. It's now a very stable platform. It's gotten really good reviews, and it's a significant upgrade in terms of patron access to the collection. This is really the primary way that our patrons access our collection.
Any questions? Council, do you support $14,180?
Their
Couple.
hands are up.
Are they voting or they have questions?
They're voting.
Take a yes and move
I'm
on.
talking at you. Okay, unanimous.
Policy question 40, does council support purchase of an automated collections tracking and handling system for the library? I think this has been discussed in previous years. It is expected to cost $335,000, and we are proposing that if council supports that, it comes out of the Conservation Trust Fund.
If the previous system was the brains of the library, this is kind of the backbone of it. A year ago, we completed a year-long efficiency study at the library looking at all the business practices in the department. Ken Price was the facilitator for that. And one of the things that we found out, not too surprisingly, is that we are significantly behind the curve technologically for other libraries. So this actually moves us quite a ways along the catch-up path. It does 4 primary things. 1, it addresses the number 1 recommendation out of that efficiency study. 2, it allows us to retain our current service levels, which I think is critical because that's one of Bemis's great reputations is the great customer service that we're able to provide. At the same time, number 3, it allows us to freeze our staffing levels at current levels. So we will not be back in this room asking for additional FTEs for a minimum of 5 years, and I would guess it's probably significantly longer than that.
Put that one in stone.
Yeah, did you get that, Wendy?
So,
And finally, the other nice thing about this is at a time when we're looking at critical issues with the capital fund and issues with the general fund, even though it is a significant upfront investment, it is a substantial investment in the infrastructure of the library, and it doesn't have a bad impact on those 2 major funds as it comes out of Conservation Trust.
Peggy, Bruce, Phil.
so this is for both the RFID and the sorter, or just the?
This is both. This is RFID, the radio frequency identification, is the tagging of each piece of material in the collection, in the library collection, and the sorter, the automated material handler, is what moves those pieces when they're checked in or checked
And
out.
where, because I've heard the discussions on this even in the library board, where's the sorter going to go?
It'll go in the circulation workroom. And we've got drawings from the vendors that bring it. It'll essentially come in 2 locations. You'll have the access point from the exterior book drop and the access point from the interior book drop. Both of those will feed onto the conveyor belt and through the sorter.
Okay, so I would support this, but I do not support it coming from the Conservation Trust Fund. I do not see this as recreation. I see this as an efficiency for staff.
I believe this falls into the cultural portion of.
Well, I thought it says, because I looked it up in.
Tiffany. Can we get her a mic?
We did verify this with.
We confirmed this with the state.
Yeah,
This
we
was a
need to-
valid
I'm just,
expenditure.
but I get to say something.
Yes,
so-
I'm just telling you we confirmed with the state.
It's on. You got to give it a second.
I did contact the state and did confirm with them. Libraries are included in Conservation Trust Fund specifically.
Everything in a library?
Capital improvements or capital projects or capital equipment.
And I looked at the discussion of that, I think, in last year's budget book, I forget, but it talks about, and I thought I looked it up on the web, and it talks about parks and recreation.
It does, but libraries do fall underneath that.
And museums.
I can see museums. I see museums.
Oh, you. Gotcha. Okay. Bruce?
Senior. Talk a little bit about, I don't have as clear an understanding of the process intricacies of what goes on with what this is intended to accomplish, so I'm deferring in that respect. But I know there's a debate over what libraries will become in the future with things like e-books and so forth and so on. I guess the only thing I really don't quite have a good sensation for is if we're spending this amount of money on what basically is a system that handle physical material, and more of what's going to go on at Bemis is probably virtual or e-material. Are we spending money on something that's declining while other things are increasing?
We're not, and that's a good question. Yeah, a few years ago, particularly before the recession, you did see a trend line. It was a slightly decreasing trend line on hard copy books or material, that sort of thing, and more of an increasing trend line on e-resources. Since the recession, that has completely reversed, and the trend line is back up strongly in the favor of hard copy material. That's a nationwide trend that we've seen, and it's now about 6 years into that trend line. And particularly with Bemis, I think you are definitely not going to see an elimination of the hard copy materials. Our clientele in particular tends to be one that is heavily driven towards that. We are increasing our resources, our e-resources, because that's a growing market regardless of what demographic you're looking at, but it's never going to be one, and particularly I think with an audience like Littleton, I don't think you're going to see that being a significantly growing market by comparison, maybe nationally.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Phil, oh, I'm sorry, I've got my little list. Phil?
Okay. Tim, where does the library board stand on the timing for this?
Enormously supportive. They were actually supportive of trying to do it last year, but we really felt because we had just completed the efficiency study literally the day before the budget was due. So Ken and Phyllis and I spent about 5 hours in his office putting it all together. We just didn't feel like we had enough advanced lead time to do everything we wanted to do on the front end before we put this out. So we had asked Jim to look at a 2013 phase-in.
Possibility or advantages or disadvantages of staging this, because it's kind of a large number in context of the overall library budget?
It tends to work better if you do it as a system. We would, though, stage that as a single expenditure, rather. We are looking at 3 vendors. All of them are GSA vendors, so we can go through a state contract rather than have to go through sealed bids, which is a good thing. We are, though, looking at exactly how we would stage implementation, because as you're aware, and I think everybody in the room is aware, right in the middle of the year we have summer reading programs. So the last thing we want to do is either try to introduce this a week before summer reading program and throw a real monkey wrench into that, or try to do it in the middle of that. So we're looking at visiting with the vendors and trying to figure out whether it makes sense to try to stage probably RFID in the first half of 2013 and then do the sorter after summer reading program, September or October, or whether we can in fact shoehorn, and that's a bad term, so I don't want to shoehorn, whether we can efficiently do both components in the first half of the year. I would guess it'll probably be a phased implementation with RFID first and sorter second, but we're going to visit with the vendors and make sure that's the best way to go.
Following on the heels on that implementation, ability for staff and volunteers to be able to handle the implementation.
Excellent question. There's a lot of training that comes with it. We also have a very strong staff that have worked with RFID and sorters in previous systems. Some of the big county systems and some of the smaller libraries also have done this. So we've got a good core of expertise, but we're also going to be taking a fair amount of training for both staff and volunteers.
Okay, Jerry.
So Tim, this will free staff up, and thereby is that going to lead to other services such as staff who can pull items off the shelf for someone who calls in.
Yes, sir.
And then also even maybe more of a self-checkout type system.
Yeah, absolutely, Jerry. The great value of this is that it allows us to reposition staff who are locked down on the desk, basically dealing with check-ins and check-outs, and we'll be putting most of those towards shelving items, getting items out of the workroom and back onto the shelves in a much quicker fashion. That is one of the things that we hear from our patrons, is that a lot of times materials are hard to get quickly, particularly if they've been checked back in. They show back up on our system, but they haven't gotten out of the workroom yet. So there'll be a lot more opportunity to do that more quickly, and a lot more opportunity for direct one-on-one contact with our visitors, either out on the floor in the stacks or at the reference desks.
I'm a library user, and I use different libraries, Denver a lot, because my office is down there, as well as Arapahoe County. It seems like Littleton is definitely still old school.
Yes. And part of that is intentional, and part of that, I think...
Talking about the library, or... Sorry.
Let's see if anybody's listening. Wendy.
I assume he's not talking about the director.
Of course.
No, you're exactly right. And honestly, I think part of that is a real credit to Bemis. We have a very strong reputation for high-quality customer service, and I think that gives us a really nice niche opportunity for this library. We're never going to be driven by circulation through across the desk like the big county systems are. We're going to make our mark in hands-on customer service with our patrons and providing them with excellent reference service and reference material. That's where we can really show our strengths, I think.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yep.
Ready to consent? Do you support $335,000 for a automatic collections tracking and handling system for the library, pulled out of the Conservation Trust? Unanimous. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Council.
Can I ask one real quick question on the highlights?
Yes.
Hey, Tim, before you hit the cell, one of the highlights says the department anticipates spending $10,000 to pursue solutions to minimize storage needs at the collection center. And then page 131 in the detail talks about replacing floors and cabinets. Is that sort of saying the same thing? I mean, what are you guys talking about?
No, actually, that's a change since the budget went to print. Mike and I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago after Lorena and her staff had talked extensively about how to do that. And our feeling was, the attempt to do the expansion of the collection center has been on the capital improvements docket for probably 8 or 9 years, where it's actually had a year specific, and each year that's moved out a year because it just hasn't been a viable alternative. So rather than continuing to say we're going to do it this next year and then push it out because of budget realities, we looked at some alternatives that we could use, and without getting into a tremendous amount of detail, we're looking at installing some modular pallet storage units that have been more specifically used on the facilities side, but are now starting to get some a little bit more, yeah, exactly, something more along the lines of the compact storage, but with a different component. We're also looking at doing some storage
space. If you want
space.
more information, we can do a ride-along.
Really? Do it in the next 10 minutes.
No, it was a legitimate question. It's actually a great thing because we eliminated a $1.1 million capital for $10,000.
Perfect.
So it was worth hanging it.
Can we do 2 or 3 more?
Yes.
Council, we have three policy questions left. It's 10 o'clock. I say we power through it.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and get back and finish. And no Wednesday meeting.
Hell no.
If you take a 5-minute break, we'll be 5 minutes sooner. No, hold on. So, council, I'd like to skip 41 if you'd be amenable and go to 42. And I'm assuming somebody would say call the question.
For 42?
For 42. So there is a need to do a space needs analysis where the $75,000 is a guesstimate of what that would cost. But similar to our conversation on the, it's getting late, on the roads, there is not money to actually implement some of these changes. And so we will continue to work on some of the smaller incremental things. You've seen the signage that we've done. We're looking at some internal signage improvements to improve the customer service experience. But at this point, I would call the question because Phil's got his hand up.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you relate this to the carpet? So that if we're talking about rearranging some stuff.
You want me to lie down on the floor and...
No. I'm
not
talking about
relating.
if we're rearranging furniture or counters or whatever, we're not going to screw up the carpet that we're going to spend money on.
No. I don't know. Sure. What do you want? A yes or a no?
That's a good question.
No, I want to know
I'm
about
gonna
the
get some coffee.
sequencing. Do we need to be doing the space study before we're doing the carpet?
Oh, that's two questions now.
Well, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
you asked me to elaborate, so it was like.
I wish the answer was yes, but until we have that long-term funding for the capital, the carpet is threadbare. We need to take care of that. So I do not believe that you would be expending the money on the carpet wastefully in terms of rearranging office space. I wish the answer was different, but it's not.
Can't get this out of the Conservation Trust Fund, can you?
Yeah. Get Peggy on it.
Can we vote?
Sure.
And
Can we raise our hand?
what are we voting on specifically?
Okay, do you support
the expenditure? Sorry, Mayor.
support funding a space needs analysis for remodeling the city center at $75,000? Raise your hands if you support.
Up to.
Up to 75,000. Raise your hands if you support it. 1, 2,
Really?
3, 4, 5. Wow.
Did you say no?
I said no.
And
Okay.
41.
So can you go back to 41 now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking Wendy.
yes?
Okay. So
It's three yeses.
So this is the one that we've been talking about since last night, which seems like a week ago at this point. But this is not an inclusive list of what we've got out there. But as we've identified, we've got a systemic problem in our capital fund needs, which ties into the operational. And so what we're laying on the table, notice there's not a dollars associated with this. We're not looking for a yes, no. What we wanted to do was put on the table and start a conversation with the council around these community-based programs, of which there are a couple examples in here. I would throw the library in this conversation. I would throw the museum in this conversation about how do we want to fund these and to what extent, to what service level are we providing the omnibus, the shopping cart, and those types of things. Some of these are small dollar amounts. The little tin calendar. An example in the little tin calendar is if we sold ad space in that, we can reduce or increase the revenue so that the net cost to the city is zero. Littleton Report, in theory, you could do a similar thing where we sell some ad space to offset the cost of providing that, at least in the printing costs or something like that. In the omnibus and the shopping cart, there's probably a larger conversation that's needed about is that a service delivery that we can afford to do under the current revenue stream that we have? How does the omnibus and the shopping cart tie in with RTD's system, the system that, and I can't think of the name of it right now, that ACC... That's the RTD one though, right? There's one that comes through ACC as well that's got some federal funding. So there's multiple transportation systems that the seniors rely on. And so what are the implications of eliminating service, reducing service, increasing service, those types of things. And so I guess in terms of really thinking about how the conversation can occur tonight, if there are areas that council is interested in having further detail and information on, I think it would be prudent to direct us to say, we want to have a study session on the omnibus and shopping cart, as an example. Or in the museum, you guys talked a little bit ago meaning a couple weeks ago or months ago, about whether to charge. And ultimately you said, let's talk about it later. Well, you have a different context in the fiscal situation. So do you want to bring that back and now have a different conversation or another conversation about the museum and how we fund the museum? The library. The library is one, we value it. You just expended a bunch of money to improve it, but it is a $2.1 million annual expenditure that we have in a non-sustainable revenue stream. Is there an interest in having a conversation with the Arapahoe County Library District? Do you want to at least know what's out there? Do you want to ask the question and find out, is there an opportunity to partner with the district to help offset funding? Some of these are votes of the people, some of these are policy decisions, some of these might be considered suicide decisions or discussions. Immigrant Resource Center is another one that's out there at $100,000. It's a great service. It's providing a fabulous benefit to immigrants in this community. But at some point, you guys have seen what the fund balance looks like in the capital fund, and that affects the operations fund. So I throw those out there, and you may have different examples as well that you want to put on the table. Yes, ma'am.
Just because we're discussing it, I would actually add GLYI.
Yes, I'm sorry. GOI, I apologize. I'm getting tired. It is on the list as well under this community-based programs.
Part of what I think on some of that is, we definitely need to have a study session on some.
Yeah, this is not a tonight issue. That's clear.
But that there's opportunities for other funding sources. It doesn't mean removing these as features, as benefits in the community, but there are a lot of other funding sources for some of these things, grants and different things like that. And maybe what the city does is be more of a conduit between helping supply a grant writer or something like that to help some of these be able to be a little bit more self-supporting.
And to some extent, for the full council, which one of these do you have an interest in having that additional detail and having us look at some alternatives for? Because these all have incredible depth behind them, and obviously they've had value because the council has continued to fund them over the years. So those alternatives that are out there are things that we would go and explore and then bring back to the council for your consideration.
I know for a fact on the LI3 or the Immigrant Resource Center, they are starting the process of trying to find alternate funding mechanisms.
And she's been very successful so far.
And I think for all the right reasons. I think there's a lot of people out there who would view that program that got incubated as being extremely valuable and worthy of private sector support, whether it's foundations or whatnot. And it's a real role model for a lot of this. All of the stuff that's up there. If the orientation is, I guess the orientation for me would be absolutely happy to have any conversation or get more information on this stuff. The service levels, there needs to be probably a couple of dimensions to the conversation. I'm not personally, I'll just speak for myself, I'm not personally prepared to sort of say I don't want to do these services, but I'm happy to look at alternate sources of revenue or funding or whatnot to make sure that we can mitigate the fund balance issue to us, to the city, as long as people who come to rely on things like omnibus and shopping cart have, don't get constrained in the process. And the constraint can come from a lot of different areas. So, we heard last year when this issue came up at the budget cycle, hypothetically, what if somebody charged a fee and there was a lot of feedback, and none of it, not a lot of it was real positive, let's put it that way. But I mean, it's good, that's what you want from your citizens, is that we throw this out on the table and people come back and say they're not interested, or that's not something that's, they're enthusiastic about. That's great feedback. We needed to hear that.
Survey.
There you go.
Yes, so we will get some information in early October from the citizen survey, because we're asking for, I don't know if we asked questions on all of these, but I would imagine we did.
We did.
Kelly's nodding her head.
But it will be early October.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It'll be
Late.
Mid to late.
Yep. And these are things that, I mean, obviously, we're not suggesting to the council that you not fund omnibus and shopping cart in the 2013 budget.
Right.
We're suggesting that if there is an interest in, as Bruce has said, in looking at the omnibus and shopping cart and looking and having a study session about what alternatives there are, because as we opened with last night, you cannot continue, no matter how valuable the service is in your mind and how much people appreciate it, there just will not be the money to sustain this service, these services and this service level into the future without having a tough conversation with the community. And so kicking the can is, we're going to hit the wall pretty soon, and it's going to bounce right back to you, and you're going to have to deal with it. So,
Just to move it through, I think hearing about LI3 would be probably more informational, because it sounds like they're doing a lot of things. Taking a look at our distribution printing, being both the Littleton Report and Littleton Calendar, and what alternatives may exist. Doesn't say we wouldn't continue to support them, but taking a look at what alternatives might be out there, and pros and cons, and how it could be organized in that. I would lump omnibus and shopping cart in the context of what's happening with RTD and Access-a-Ride, and what are the possibilities on that front, and also what's happened in other communities that, like Mountain Village and Telluride got rid of their for free district, bus system. So, what does that mean, and what are some of the implications of that and possibilities? I'm not sure I'm willing to take on that first one, but then if you wanted to talk
you want to try saying the words out loud?
No. Not even that.
Just curious.
Well, that was giving you the message.
Yeah, Senior refund program.
And those same people that use that senior refund program use the omnibus.
I was willing to talk about omnibus.
I see that.
You seeing the bullseye?
And I would put it down the list, but, because it's one that's really deep in our culture. When you start talking about the library and museum, those are pretty dangerous, and so I mentioned the three I would put up there first.
Michael,
How about
summarize for me
GOII?
what we're doing again here. Are we just discussing each item one by one? What are we doing here?
So we have a non-sustainable expenditure situation right now. And so these are community-based programs which are outside of the core service delivery of most municipalities. You will not find other municipalities that provide for an omnibus or a shopping cart. Doesn't mean that it's not appropriate and it's not part of the culture and character of what makes Littleton what it is, but you will hit a wall here fairly quickly where we cannot afford to do these activities, whether that's GOII, the shopping cart, or any one of these. And so we've tried to create the context of this, and you guys did end up, whether you intentionally did it or not, but you have a surplus in your general fund.
Damn right.
Excellent, $33,870.
And I would phrase the words in red is would council be willing to consider alternatives?
If you can sum up your answer for me in like 20 words, so,
So you can't afford to maintain these, so what do you want to do about it?
So did you say study session, though?
Yes, I'm suggesting that,
So that's
because
what
you're
we're
not going to cut it tonight. That's not what we're suggesting.
Then what- yeah.
We're suggesting that you need to start having a tough conversation with the community and yourselves about how we are going to fund these activities.
So
And
yes,
to
so
what
can we
level
just
of
say
priority.
yes, and we'll have
Well,
study
yeah, but
sessions?
Phil was helpful there, because unless you, we're happy to talk about all of them if that's what you want to do. And
I
if
think
that's
we
it-
have to
At a
talk
study
about all of
session,
them.
yeah.
Okay, well then you're done at 10:20. We'll see if we can get out of here by 10:20. Because there's more. Yes.
But that's why it's a study session issue, isn't it?
Well, it's going to be study sessions.
Yeah.
Well, it
But
won't be
it's
tonight.
It will not.
It's
All right.
worth the conversation.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we're putting them all on the list, and,
Yes.
And whatever other ones you can find.
okay.
Okay.
All right.
43.
All right, so these are your nonprofit discretionary expenditures. We've budgeted $59,000 out of it. Mayor, next to you, to your right of your mic, we have more detail for what nonprofit made the request and what we have a new form this year, so we asked them what benefit does Littleton residents will they receive specifically? Is there a greater benefit that those coming in, living or working in Littleton would receive, and some more greater community benefit beyond the boundaries of Littleton? So these are the ones that made the requests in there. We have tried to contact Doctors Care and Arapahoe Rescue Patrol. I don't remember off the top of the list. I think it's in here what they had requested for in previous years. And if you just want to say, yes, you approve $59,000, you can be out of here before 10:30.
Yes.
Mayor, you got it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Bruce, and then Jim.
I'm going to, the work that these groups do in and around the community, again, in my opinion, is absolutely essential. I mean, we're looking at people like Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health. We all know about Interfaith, Doctors Care. I mean, all of these groups basically are helping citizens that are underprivileged, that are have significant issues. $59,000 to me is in so many words. I think I get what we're talking about as far as the long-term capital shortages and the core services, but I think these guys provide core services to the community that nobody else provides, and our support of them is really part of what the culture of the community is all about. Me personally, if we've got a $34,000 surplus over there, I'd throw it on top of the 59, call everything even, and divvy it up that way.
You would do what?
I was
Say it
with you
again?
for a while there.
I take the 30, we've got a $34,000 surplus out of this little exercise that he's got on the board.
No.
Add that to the 59, and you're basically looking at 94.
Yep.
Their request total 75,000.
All right, then do 75.
I was thinking we could cut it
59?
down to 30.
Yeah, I don't want to increase it.
Well, I can tell you a lot of these, with the economy doing what it's been doing, and we've seen a lot of issues, out on the streets, the needs have not gone down with the economic travails of the country, so.
Jim and then Jerry. Are you done?
Yeah, sure.
I meant you're done.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Remember what I said about make your point and move on?
I was only
Jim.
on the third point.
This list has $1,000 to the South Suburban Parks Foundation, yet under Charlie's budget, we had money set aside for the foundation, so Kelly may have an explanation of what that is.
Well, I think that's an error. I don't do this anymore, but I've done it for a long time. That was South Suburban Buck Blitz. That's for
Buck
the
Blitz.
program for middle school
Okay.
kids on Friday nights to go party at the Buck Center.
Then we have done that.
Yep. And again, the detail of that is
That's not the foundation.